Morning, Colin. Morning, Colin.
Good morning, panelists. At the moment, it appears that Simon doesn't have an audio connection to the meeting. So he can hear what I'm saying now. I've also sent him a private message. Just also to bear in mind that we have 29 attendees connected at the moment who will be able to hear what we're saying.
Is it possible, Colin, to put the panelists on so we can all see each other?
Yeah. Well, I think we agreed we will do that when the meeting starts.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
I said I'm unmuted now.
Yeah. Good morning, Simon. We got you. That was a bit of a worry. First technical glitch.
Are you getting any feedback at all? Because I've got
Right,
another
Alison
screen.
Everett has Sussex.
Oh, hang on. If we can just bear in mind people can hear us, and if we got things we're saying in the background, if we can go on to mute. Sorry, Simon.
Colin, can you just check you don't get any feedback? Because I've got another screen open.
There is no feedback.
Alan Yalden, W&P.
Thank you.
Yep.
Alan Nunley, ex officio. Arthur Rees, Leicester.
Yep.
Carol Hallam, Chester.
Yep.
Kate Gardner, Lancashire. I think that's Lancashire.
Yep.
Yeah, Chris Birkby, Suffolk.
Shame you couldn't do this in a
Yeah, well, I did it.
more usable fashion, but yeah.
Chris Kerner, Lincolnshire.
Yeah. You mean Lincoln.
Lincoln, Clyde Whittaker, Middlesex.
Yep.
Sorry. Craig Robertson, Oxford, US. David Grimm.
Okay. So I've just muted Mary because I'm not entirely sure what's going on there in the background.
Sounds like she's ticking off the people that are so far joined. I don't know.
Oh, she's going to find that difficult because they go up and down the list. Anyway, from the rest of the panelists' point of view, is everybody ready to go? I can confirm that we have screen sharing working. We are live on YouTube and the meeting is being recorded.
Well done, Colin.
Yeah, so Simon, the message you just sent there only went to the panelists.
Okay.
If you select the to option, you can send it to a wider audience.
Oh. Yeah. Checking his No, Charlie, be sensible.
Yes, I agree with that. Breathing and teeth slurping.
128 participants on anyway. Plus panelists.
Well, I won't have captured all of them anyway.
No, but no, because more were coming in, and therefore the order was
Yes, quite.
adjusting.
Okay. Good morning again to the panelists. I have just invited everybody to unmute. Please bear in mind that the attendees can hear what we're saying. I can confirm that we are ready to go. We've got 14 people watching on YouTube, so they are obviously keen to become Central Council representatives. So we ought to hunt them down and get them co-opted. In a moment, I will enable everybody's video, or invite you to enable your video.
Yeah, quite.
Also, a quick bit of housekeeping for the attendees who have joined. A lot of people's messages are only going to the panelists at the moment. If you want them to go to all the panelists and attendees, please select the option next to the to field.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Okay, it's now 10:30. Simon, if you're ready, I'll stop the screen share.
Okay, thank you. Well, 10:30, welcome everybody. Welcome to the 123rd annual meeting of the Central Council Church Boroughers. Good morning to all of you, and very early good morning to our friends in North America. Glad to see you here. And good evening to our friends in Australia and New Zealand. And we're all very pleased that to see that John Baldwin is able to be with us. And happy birthday to Tony Crowther. One of the benefits of Zoom is that singing happy birthday won't work. Hope you have a good day anyway. Now, many of you will have already attended Zoom-based AGMs of your own associations, so you'll be familiar with how things work. But for those who haven't, I'll just explain a few things about how it works. The first thing to say is that you can see me, but I can't see you. So a bit like an ostrich, really. Puts me at a significant disadvantage, but less risk of death. I'll just do my best to guide us through the business, but you may need to be patient at times. Everyone will be muted throughout, If you want to speak, you can put your hand up. We have a team of people watching for hands raised, and we'll unmute people who want to speak. So if you do speak, could you say your name and your society that you represent, just as you would do at the physical council meeting? So the technical team is led by Colin Newman. He'll be moving things along in the background, and that disembodied voice you've already heard is Colin. We're relying on him a lot, so we've got a lot to thank him for. Now, there are going to be a number of votes throughout the meeting, as you'd expect. When we come to a vote, a box will appear on your screen, and you'll need to select your answer to the vote and then click on submit. Submit is at the bottom of that box. And I'll allow about 15 seconds or so for each vote. And then I'll say when time's running out, when we get down to say the last 5 seconds. Now, hopefully you'll get used to that. And Colin will actually be able to see in the background when everyone has voted, or at least when the result is clear. So hopefully we might leave a little bit longer to the first two, but I'm sure we'll get the hang of it. And remember that only representative members can vote. Finally, as you're probably aware, this is being streamed on YouTube, so bear that in mind. Well done to Colin for eventually sorting that out. That was not without technical challenge. It's also being recorded, but that's really only to assist the secretary in writing the minutes. I'm sorry, finally, I couldn't do a Zoom background like some of my colleagues. My camera doesn't allow it. So you'll have to put up with a bookcase with cuddly hippos on it. But that's what you get. Okay, the first item on the agenda is the opening prayer. I'd like to ask David Grimwood to say the opening prayer, please.
One moment, please, Simon. My apologies.
Okay.
Sorry, David should be allowed to talk now.
Right, can you hear me now?
We can, David. Yes, my
Oh, good.
apologies.
Thank you. Thank you, Colin. Thank you, everybody. These very strange times, one of the things we have missed is seeing one another. So first in our prayers this morning, let's think of our friends and fellow ringers who we haven't seen, and include them in our prayers and thoughts now, especially our local ringers and the ones that we see a lot of but have been very absent recently. Let's also pray for the people who host our ringing, the churches and other places where our ringing is made possible. And of course, above all, we remember those who are absent from us through death, who have passed away in the last year. But despite the absence, we pray that we will draw on each other's presence and support. It may not be visible, but we know that we are all here. And that we can contribute to this AGM to ensure ringing has a positive future on a strong footing. And we pray especially for support for the executive leaders in front of us and for all the work they're doing, and also for all the work group leaders and the project leaders beavering away in the background, all committing their best efforts for ringing to flourish. And finally, let's pray for one another gathered here, respecting and valuing one another's presence and gifts, and above all, aware of the invisible but active presence of God. So, Lord, we pray that your grace may always precede and follow us and make us continually to be given to all good works. Refresh and sustain us as we go forward on our journey together. And we ask this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, David. Item 2, applications to affiliate. And an application has been received from the Guild of Clerical Ringers. Mary, could you report on the application, please?
Right, thank you, President. I received this application on the 1st of June, and it's a letter from the Guild of Clerical Ringers confirming that they wish to become affiliated. The application was approved by the Guild's members at its annual meeting in 2019. The Guild confirmed that their membership at the 1st of June 2020 is 102, that their purpose is to promote the ringing of bells, and that if affiliated, they undertake to abide by the Council's rules and decisions. And the letter is signed by Canon Anthony Ellis, the President of the Guild, and David Everett, the Secretary and Treasurer.
Thank you, Mary. So we're going to move now to our first vote. If we could have it on screen, please. This should be a vote to approve the application of the Guild of Clerical Ringers to affiliate to the Central Council. Colin, could we have our first vote, please? Representative members to vote, please. Give you 15 seconds approximately. Last 5 seconds. Okay, thank you. Declare them members. Thank you very much. We welcome the Clerical Guild to the Council, and Reverend John Rose as its representative. I'm sure your contribution will be a valuable one. The next item is the welcome to new members. There is a list on page 39 of the booklet, and the new members are marked with an asterisk. Worth noting that a good number of our new members have already been contributing to the Council's work, and I hope you'll all be great advocates of the Council to your fellow ringers. Mary, I believe you've got a few changes to mention.
Yes, sorry about this, but obviously these things have come in since the booklet was printed. So for the Bath and Wells Diocesan Association, Aaron Mulder is no longer a member, so that's add one vacancy there.
Okay.
For the Chester Diocesan Guild, I didn't get the alphabetical order right to start with, and Graham Jenkins now replaces Stefan Sientek.
Okay.
For the Lichfield and Walsall, I add David Towell and remove the vacancy. For the Salisbury Diocesan Guild, add Vicky Rouse and remove the vacancy. For the Surrey Association, Jason Hughes is actually a returning member.
Yep.
And for the Worcestershire and Districts Association, add James Mort, remove Paul Marshall, and that's still one vacancy there.
Okay, thank you, Mary. So welcome to you all. I'm sorry we've not been able to meet together in person. Perhaps we'll have a virtual pint later. Move on to apologies for absence. I received an apology from John Vesey of the Lander Fund Monmouth this morning via messenger. Mary, do we have any apologies for absence, please?
Yes, President, we have a little list.
Okay.
David Kelly, Fellow. Ian Oram, ex officio, a steward of the Fred E. Dukes Fund. Peter Limage, Barrow and District. Tim Jones, Devon Association. Chris Povey, Four Shires Guild. Leanne Brooks, Leicester Diocesan Guild. Stephen Petman, Suffolk Guild. And Adrian and Sian Nash from the Winchester and Portsmouth.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any apologies for absence from the floor? I'll call it a floor. We know it's not a floor, but you could put them into the chat, and we will record apologies for absence sent to us that way. While we're doing that, it's probably a good time to remind members that if you have financial or business interests in bell-related trades, and we interpret that quite widely, that you need to declare any relevant interests in any piece of business. I think if in doubt, just mention it. Thank you. Item 5 is when we remember members who have died during the year. We've got quite a number, unfortunately. Mary, could you please let us know who we've sadly lost?
Thank you, President. Right, we remember Melvin John Hiller. He represented the Salisbury Diocesan Guild from 72 to 75 and the Kent County Association from 1975 to 81. He attended 8 meetings and died on the 18th of October. Arthur Fiddler represented the Devon Association from 1969 to 71, and he died on the 19th of October. John Spencer Barnes represented the Society of Royal Cumberland Youths from 1969 to 2016. He was elected life member in 2016 and became a fellow in 2018. John attended 51 meetings. He died on the 19th of October. Norman Mallet represented the Guild of Devonshire Ringers from 1961 to 72. He attended 8 meetings and died on the 22nd of November. David Charles Willis, additional member from 2011 to 2017, and then he represented the Guild of Devonshire Ringers 2017 to 2019. He attended 2 meetings and died on the 10th of December. George James Wildress Pipe, honorary member 1961 to 1979. George attended 12 meetings and died on the 3rd of March 2020. Rudolph Roger Savory of the Winchester and Portsmouth Diocesan Guild. He represented them from 1965 to 75 and again from 78 to 80. Roger attended 9 meetings and died on the 13th of March. Andrew Nicholas Stubbs represented the Ancient Society of College Youths from 1975 to 2008. He was elected a life member in 2008 and became a fellow in 2018. He attended 43 meetings. Andrew died on the 2nd of April. John Keith Foote represented Liverpool University Society 1981 to 87. He attended 6 meetings and died on the 22nd of April. The Reverend Richard Bryan Dorrington represented the Shropshire Association from 1975 to 1979. I'm sorry. He attended 4 meetings and died on the 10th of May. Eric John Sterland represented the East Derbies and West Notts Association from 1967 to 69, and he died on the 23rd of May. Professor Ronald John Johnson represented ANZAB from 75 to 79 and the Yorkshire Association 1984 to 93. He was an ex officio member from 93 to 96 and an honorary member from 96 to 1999. Ron was vice president 1990 to 93 and president 1993 to 1996. He attended 14 meetings and died on the 29th of May. Roland Charles Backhurst represented the Bath and Wells from 2006 to 2019, attended 13 meetings and died on the 27th of July. And Geoffrey Kenneth Todd represented the Winchester and Portsmouth Diocesan Guild from 1972 to 1978. He attended 5 meetings and died on the 3rd of September.
Thank you, Mary. Can I therefore ask you to be silent while we remember Melvin Hiller, Arthur Fiddler, John Barnes, Norman Mallet, David Willis, George Pipe, Roger Savory, Andrew Stubbs, John Foote, Richard Dorrington, Eric Sterland, Ron Johnston, Roland Backhurst, and Geoffrey Dodd. Thank you. Item 6 is the minutes of the 2019 annual meeting, and those are on pages 7 to 11 of your papers. I wasn't there myself, but are there any corrections to the minutes? I to look for hands or for corrections in chat. Colin, is that because there aren't any, or because we haven't got the there's
Jason Hughes has a hand up. I will just Jason, if you unmute, you should now be able to talk.
Thank you. Could we please get breakdowns of votes, numbers for and against during the meeting, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
They do. Did they not appear?
They should appear on the screen.
I'll read them out anyway. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Simon.
Are there any more comments on the minutes? Don't think so. In that case, I have a proposal from Christopher Omani that the minutes are accepted as a true record. Could I have a seconder from the floor, please? A hand up.
Doug Davis went first.
Okay, thank you. In that case, can we have the poll vote? This is a vote that the minutes of the 2019 meeting be accepted as a true record. The poll should have appeared for you. I've got about 15 seconds, please, to vote on that. Last 5 seconds. Thank you. Result of the polls, 87, I can't give you actual numbers, but it's 87% in favour and 13% abstained, which means I declare that carried, and I will sign those meetings when I next see Mary.
Yeah, Mr. President, can you not see numbers in brackets before the percentages?
No, I can't.
Okay.
Okay.
I could do quick mental arithmetic if tested.
If you want me to, I can announce the numbers in brackets.
Yes, I think that would be helpful, given it was a specific request.
Okay,
what were the numbers there, Colin, please?
So the votes for were 117. There were no votes against, and there were 17 abstentions.
Okay, we have a hand up from Anthony Lovell-Wood.
One moment. Anthony, if you unmute, you should now be able to talk.
Looks to be muted.
Yes. Anthony, you are now able to talk.
Hello, Anthony. Okay. Okay, well, we can't. No, it's gone. Hello, Anthony. Yes, you are live. You're live.
Hello. I can't hear you, or I can't hear.
I'm talking now. If you can hear me.
I can hear you. Can
Okay.
you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes.
Thank you very much. Because I had to come in through the browser and not through Mary's link, I am not able to vote.
Okay.
Now, if that's the case, how many others are in that position? And therefore, when it comes to the motions, we should not have the motions voted on today.
It was said in the notice of the meeting that you needed to be not on the browser version, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I couldn't get in from Mary's link.
If it helps, Anthony needs to download the Zoom app.
Yeah.
I have Zoom on my machine.
But have you got in via that app?
I went in, I clicked that and went in because I couldn't get in just using the link.
That is a technical problem I think we're not going to overcome here.
No.
Let me see if I can, Anthony, I will try and find your registration and I will resend you a link that you could try to reconnect to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And if there's a close vote, we'll contact you directly, Anthony.
Thank you.
Okay, so we get your vote. Thank you. Thank you for raising that. Item 7 is matters arising that aren't otherwise covered on the agenda. Are there any matters arising that you think are not going to get covered? We are going to cover quite a lot later. Not seeing any hands go up. Okay, no hands have gone up. So we'll move on to the item 8, which is the annual trustees report for 2019. This is the formal report of the trustees, which was approved on the 17th of May. It's in your papers on pages 11 to 13. Now, this is the report that we send to the Charity Commission. So it has technical detail in it. Much of it is standing information that has rolled through from the previous year, but there is a progress report in there, which will be further updated by what you'll hear today. Mary, I believe you have an update on section 7, which is membership.
Yes, and if also I could just add that the report is now includes a paragraph on risk assessment. I think that's section 5.4, and that wasn't in the trustees report last year.
Okay, thank you.
As we noted earlier, there have been quite a lot of changes to the membership, so I'm not going to go through all of them. There are at the moment 4 fellows and 14 ex officio members. As we've mentioned in some of our messages earlier this year, Doug Hurd resigned as a workgroup leader for Historical and Archive, and he was replaced by Chris Ridley. So one ex officio member was replaced by another. Okay. At the beginning of this meeting, there were 65 affiliated societies. We've just admitted the Guild of Clerical Ringers, so we're back to 66. In June, the Society of Sherwood Youths gave notice of disaffiliation following a vote at their annual meeting earlier in the year. Robin wrote in June that they gave formal notice that the society's wish to withdraw, and there are 2 chief reasons. They're a ringing society. They do not train new ringers ab initio. Society seeks to give opportunities to those who can already ring to progress on 8 or more bells. Also, we do not involve ourselves in bell restoration, although in the past the Society has supported specific projects, such as giving specific bells. We feel that the Central Council is moving more towards such areas. And the second reason is that the cost of affiliation is becoming unsustainable to a society which does not charge an annual membership fee. Their only income is from meeting steeplage, and in normal circumstances, the surplus on meetings is just enough to cover affiliation, and that won't now be the case. Okay. And the letter was signed by Robin Woolley, the master, and also by the secretary of the society.
Okay, thank you.
Right. There's one change in society membership entitlements due to a reduction in their membership numbers, and that's the Swansea and Brecon Diocesan Guild is now only entitled to 1 member, and I think David Katz is with us.
Okay, thank you.
Right, there are 170 representative members. That's with the addition of the Reverend John Rose for the Clerical Guild. I'll briefly mention some of those who've retired, and I'll include a list in the minutes with your permission. We're not going to go through the whole list, but I might just mention Peter Wilkinson, Chris Mew, Wendy Godden was Independent Examiner 2013 to 2018, Angela Newing, Catherine Lewis, Ernie DeLee Runciman, Ben Duke, Andrew Howes, Robert Woolley, of course, now the Society of Sherwood Youths are no longer affiliated. Jeremy Cheeseman was Independent Examiner 2005 to 2020. Richard Wallace was Independent Examiner 2002 to 2013. And if I could then just also briefly mention Helen Perry, who did long service for the Tourer Guild. Most of these changes were notified after the trustees' report was completed.
Okay.
There are even more vacancies than last year. There are 29. As I think we said before, you know, we actually want people to hold the executive to account, and you can do that better if you are fully represented. There aren't actually as many apologies this year as last year, and I would just remind people, which I had said before, that being a CC rep is not just something to appear on your ringing CV. It's actually a post that demands a bit of action and two-way interaction between your members and the council, and we would welcome even more of that than we're getting at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. As we said, that the trustees' report has been approved by the trustees, but we can take questions on it if there are any, or we can cover them when we talk about sort of ongoing activities later. So are there any specific questions on the 2019 trustees' report? No hands have gone up. In that case, I'd like to propose that the meeting receives and adopts the report. Could I have a seconder from the Philip Green was the first hand to go up. Thank you, Philip. In that case, can I have the poll on screen, please? This is a vote that the annual trustees report be received and adopted. 15 seconds, please. Last 5. Thank you. The result of that vote is 96% in favour, which is how many, please, Colin?
128.
And 4 abstentions, which will be about
6. Yeah.
6. Maths was easy on that one. Okay, thank you very much. I declare that received and adopted. Item 9 is the accounts for 2019, which you can find these starting on page 14 of your papers. These accounts were approved by the trustees alongside the trustees report on the 17th of May. I'd now like to hand over to Treasurer Andrew Smith to present the accounts. Andrew.
Thank you, Simon, and welcome to everybody. I'm speaking from sunny Cornwall this morning. As Simon has said, the executive approved the accounts at their meeting on the 17th of May, and the independent examiners have issued an unqualified report on the accounts. So in short, that's good news. Particular thanks to the independent examiners, Caroline Stockman and Jeremy Cheeseman, for their work, and particularly to Jeremy, who retires after a number of years in that post. Thanks also to Beryl Norris in respect of publications and Ian Self in respect of the library for their efforts on their respective parts of the accounts. At the 31st of December 2019, the council had total assets of 435,446, as shown in the bottom right of the statement of financial activities and also in the balance sheet. In terms of overall results for our respective funds, the general fund made a small surplus of £873. The Bell Restoration Fund and the Fred Dukes Bell Fund, for those funds, it was more a year of paying out previously committed grants than receiving donations. Publications made a surplus of £5,934, and the library incurred a small deficit for the year of £484. There is no proposal this year to vary the current affiliation fees, as the council needs to determine its future membership structure over the coming year. Only then would it be prudent to propose a future affiliation fee structure. I'm happy to take any other questions prior to proposing that the accounts for 2019 be received and adopted.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. We do have a hand went up from John Baldwin right at the start of when you're talking. If that question is still valid, John, you're unmuted now.
John, you should be able to talk now.
Hello, John. We can't hear you yet. You are unmuted. Okay. John, we give you another 5 seconds to see if we can contact you or put something in chat. Okay, while we wait for John, are there any other questions for the Treasurer about the 2019 accounts? No hands have gone up. No hands have gone up. In that case, could I have a proposer that we receive and adopt the accounts? That's come from the Treasurer himself. I gather Michael Church is seconding this proposal. We have. Okay, we've got a seconder, Michael Church. In that case, could we have the poll, please? This is that the annual accounts 2019 be received and adopted. 15 seconds, please. Five seconds. Thank you. And the result of that is 96% in favour, 1% against, and 3%. So what's the number in favour, please, Colin?
So it's 131 for, 1 against, and 4 abstentions.
Thank you very much. I declare that the accounts are received and adopted. We now move on to item 10, which is the annual report of the executive and work groups for 2019. These start on page 17 of your papers, and again they are for the calendar year 2019, which I suppose is a bit historical. We did have a comment from a member that it would make sense to change the reporting period for the council's work to at least the end of May, so that more of the current activity is included. And I think that makes a lot of sense, because this meeting we're covering 2019, and then we're going to be covering an update. So for next year's reports, we'll move the date forward so we cover up to as far as we can. In the executive report on page 17, just a couple of things I think to maybe highlight and remember. I think all those who are at the ambassador's reception will remember it fondly. It was an excellent event. Greatest collection of ringing bling ever seen, as all those masters and presidents badges came on show at once. And of course the council weekend at Goldsmiths, the first in that new format with the mini roadshow. And what a shame it is that we're not enjoying a weekend of activities this weekend. Now, from the work group reports, I hope you've had a chance to read them in advance. I don't intend to read them out now, or draw anything particularly. In the next item, we are going to have the individual work group leaders are going to present and talk about their current activities, their activities in the last 8 months. So and will be available for questions. So you may want to store up any questions that you've had from reading the 2019 reports for that time. If there isn't anything that can wait, or you think you might forget about until the work group leaders are lined up, please put a hand up now. Otherwise, we'll approve these reports and move on to more current stuff. Does anyone want to ask a question that can't wait for the next item?
Could I just?
Yes, Mary, sorry.
Sorry, could I just mention that we again managed to omit Chris Turner's name from the list of people involved with historical and archive. We did it last year and we managed it again this year. Chris worked on Peel Records, so our apologies.
Sorry, Chris, not meant to be personal.
No, nothing personal. I hope not.
Okay. In that case, I'll propose that we that we approve the annual report of the executive and work groups. Is there a seconder from the attendees, please? Alan Yolden was the quickest there. In that case, I put that to the vote. Could we have the poll up, please, Colin? So this is that the annual report of the executive and work groups for 2019 be approved. 15 seconds, please. Last 5. Thank you. We have 95% for and 5% against in numerical terms, please, Colin.
That's 126 votes for, 0 votes against, and 6 abstentions.
Thank you very much. I declare that's carried. So those reports are approved. Now we're going to move forward to more current stuff, which is item 11 and the executive and work group updates for January to August 2020. I'm going to call on the work group leaders to talk for a couple of minutes about what their work group has been doing, and we're going to move on to having some PowerPoint slides which you'll see to give you key points. I'll be covering what the executive has been doing as part of the following item, which is the forward plan. So hopefully we can start to bring up the work group reports, and we're going to be bringing in the work group leaders to speak in turn. The first work group is stewardship and management, which is led by Alison Hodge. If we got Alison ready to speak, please.
Hello,
Alison.
Simon.
Yep, we can hear you. Thank you.
Could you move on to the first slide? Thanks, Colin.
No, we've moved on to. Oh, yes, sorry, that's it.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Yeah.
So this is, as Simon's said, an update on what we've been doing since January up to present, roughly. The major thing, which is probably most visible to ringers around the country, is all the COVID risk assessments that effectively a small subpart of the work group worked on very swiftly, as we realised that we would need some form of advice, guidance and templates for risk assessments, as we were hoping to come back to actually do some real ringing. So I first of all acknowledge the effort that small team went to in putting those risk assessments together. Thank you to them. They know who they are. During the year, we've lost some of our members, and sadly Roland Backhurst and John Barnes, both long-standing members of this group, died, as you heard from Mary earlier on. And we have actually been recruiting new members to the work group, so we've been welcoming them. Another part of the routine activities that we do in the work group that is visible is short articles and information advice in the ringing world. And then, of course, those of you that went to the art conference earlier in the year, it's effectively the last thing that I did with any form of real contact with ringers. And my last piece of real ringing was a tower I grabbed on the way home, was the art conference stand and a presentation that 2 of us from the work group made. What goes on in the background is providing quite a lot of advice and guidance to individuals with inquiries from their towers or their guilds, and then updating guidance on the website, and we've got a lot more to come on that in the near future indeed. And the final thing, which is not really visible to anyone yet, is that the council is moving to use Microsoft Teams tools, and anyone that's using those professionally at work for other purposes, schools and colleges, will know that that does require quite a lot of setup. So as a work group, we're the first to start using that in some more formal way, hopefully to prevent loss of information, easier working together, particularly in the ways that we're working now, and also for the longer term. If you can move on, please, Colin. Last thing that I wanted to mention very specifically was the second Wesley Award that we did just a while ago. This is for people who are new to maintenance work upstairs in towers. And we're very, very pleased that even despite all the COVID problems this year, we did have a good number of submissions to the awards. And we're even more pleased that it is a lady winner for the first time from our 2 sets of awards, Sue from the Truro Guild. So thank you very much indeed for everyone that prepared those nominations and submitted their applications. And thank you to the people who are actually doing some good work. So that completes my update for the months in 2020. Are there any questions on what I've been saying or anything else related to our work group? Thank you, Simon.
Thank you, Alison. Yes, there is a call for questions. Each work group leader will just stay live until we know that there aren't. Okay, watch for the hands to go up.
While the hands are going up, I should have introduced myself to say that I'm a member of the representing the Worcestershire, etc., association.
Yes, thank you. No, we haven't got any hands come up for questions for you, Alison. So thank you very much for your report. The next work group we'll hear from is volunteering and leadership, which is led by Tim Hine. Tim Hine is being made so that he can speak. It's just coming and he's unmuted. So Tim, we can hear from you now.
Morning all. Are we receiving?
Yes, we can hear you, Tim.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are 3 main things that I'm going to go through. Can we just tick onto the first slide, please? So in this part here, you'll see the themes that we want to report on with a March conference. We're going to talk a little bit about recruitment and retention and education. And then I'm going to make some further comments on differences in the styles of work that we're beginning to adjust to quite fast. So you'll know already there's detail on that conference in the report. If you weren't there, I'll just say that it was the 15th of March. And if you remember what happened on the 23rd of March, you know that we were quite close. So when Alison and I drove home with that, we were very, very close to not being able to have that conference, but it was highly successful. So this year we have pushed forward some of the recruitment and retention ideas. You could sort of say that as soon as we were prevented from normal mode, we went straight online. So we've put 5 articles into the ringing world, and there are ideas for more. Recently, we've decided to have a look again at lapsed ringers, and surely that's going to be an issue going forward for obvious reasons. Just an example of the style of things, we agreed to run an online session, a Zoom, with some of the Truro Guild, which took place in July, and we'd be ready to do more. We've had feelers from I think North American Guild. We're just getting volunteers at the moment for that. So I think probably we'll pop onto the next screen. So on the education side, the education column has continued. We're into series 5, still well received. Articles by David Smith, edited by Sonia Field. You will see we mention the residential courses, which is a wish. We've selected some geographical areas and developing the ideas for those courses and outline plans are on the stocks. And one definite area is the Northwest. A little bit of uncertainty about whether it can actually happen. So I'm sure you'll forgive us for saying it's all provisional when we can run it, but it will happen. On ringing centres, we are revisiting this now. We have Nick Wilson has joined us, and we're looking to build up a list of ringing centres. We provided some support to people, particularly the president, just pursuing some minor research and investigations. We're very grateful to people for joining in with that. We brought in Skill Base, from people outside the work group, actually. So that new mode of operation in ringing is reflected in what the work group's doing now. I think I'll stop there and say if there are any further questions on VNL over those last 8 months, do fire away, please. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Tim. I've got a hand has gone up from Fred Bone. Is now unmuted, Fred.
Thank you, Fred Bone, Essex Association. I hope that people can hear me.
Yeah, we got you.
Good. I was wanting to refer to the residential courses that they're working on. Of course, we all know that the old Education Committee used to run residential courses and developed, and I hope left behind, a lot of very valuable material. I'd just like an assurance that this material is still available and can be used for courses in the future. And as a sort of side to that, as you also know, the Education Committee's residential courses back in the early 90s were aimed at getting people to pick them up and run with them and continue running their own courses in their own particular areas. Is that what is going to be or hoped to be implemented now, or is the intention that the council would be running the residential courses itself ad infinitum?
Thanks, Mr. President. I'll reply to that. There's couple of levels to it. On the first point, I can say I'm very grateful to have had friendly contact with former members of the Education Committee, and particularly Bob Cater and I have done an email not long ago talking about exactly the point of the good things that the old regime had, including the famous MTM courses and all of that. And we wouldn't want that stuff just to be left unavailable and not processed and forgotten about. So I agree that that is going to be, we're going to have that as a discussion, if I can promise that will go into the system. The second point was thinking about those courses becoming more autonomous. So it's no longer the council coming and doing it to you or for you. It's the council hopefully bringing ideas into a region or a group of ringers from somewhere else, and then saying, right, that's you've got it now. And we hope that it will be that cross-pollination and the sort of starting off of things, and we would not want to be there interfering and pushing it, just noticing it and encouraging it and then standing back.
Yes, thank you, Tim. I'll cover a little bit more about that when I talk about the forward plan as well. But yes, it definitely is the intention. We've got some more hands. We've got John Harrison, then Jane Wilkinson, then Philip Green. John Harrison, you should be made so that you can speak. Yes, you can.
I can. Have I managed to unmute myself?
Yeah, we've got you. We've got you, John.
Just a comment on the education courses. There were actually two eras of that. The one that Bob Cater was involved with, but I came in, and so did Fred, in the latter era, the MTM courses. A year or so ago, I deposited all of the information on MTMs and a lot of the other archival material from the Education Committee. There's a copy on CD with the librarian. I have still got it, but even if I go under the proverbial bus, all that material is available. I just looked back at email, and I'm surprised that I've had correspondence with Tim about a lot of things, but that seems to have skipped it. But all that material is available.
Okay. Thank you, John. John was, of course, representing the Oxford Barrister Guild.
Sorry.
That's okay. Next is we from Jane Wilkinson, Society of Royal Cumberland Youth.
I hope you can hear me. Perhaps
yes, we've got you, Jane. We've got you.
That's marvellous. Remarkable technology. Wilkinson, Society of Royal Cumberland Youths. Back 20 odd years ago, we did quite a lot of work on trying to get lapsed ringers back to help with Ring In 2000. I don't know how much start Tim has been able to make on the lapsed ringers, but I'd be very interested to hear as he goes along. Please.
Yes, yes, and also, Jen, I'll cover lapsed ringers a little bit when I talk about the forward plan, because I think there's definitely something. I mean, I don't have a magic wand of how to get to them, but there's definitely something I think that lapsed ringers can bring if we can get them. So yes, I'll try and mention that. Thank you. The next we have a hand up from Philip Green, Diocesan Guild. I think we should be able to hear you now, Philip.
Good morning, all. Philip Green from the Lincoln Diocesan Guild Bell Ringers. Yeah. I'd also like to declare an interest because I print publications for not only the Central Council but other bell ringing publications. Not on a commercial basis, I might add, on a strictly non-profit making basis. But the education columns have all been very, very good. And I think it's a great shame that these can't be collated together to be published in an actual printed book as well as being available online. I think they've been very successful. The publications group has the funds to produce these and get them out there to those people who don't like to go online and don't have the ringing world. Is that a possibility?
That I can't see any reason why that's not a possibility. Can we take that away and we'll get back to you directly? I'm sure that sounds a very interesting idea, though.
Is David Smith on the call, Simon?
Oh, David, yes, David Smith maybe was. David, do we have that? Can we have a comment, David? I haven't seen it. It's just can we just scan down and see if we can see David Smith? Yeah?
David is on the call.
I just mention it because that was going to happen. I mean, it's a question of how many series we go through before we start printing them.
Well, I think it's a point well made. We'll take that offline and report back. But that sounds like.
Can you still hear me?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Still hear me? Yeah. Could I come back on that?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, there's the message come up to say the plans to do that via the ringing world. But I think the better place to do it with the facilities for distributing the books and get them out there quickly and efficiently is to do them through the publications arena of the Central Council rather than the ringing world. We've got great success with the publications we do, and I think we'd have continued success with that.
Okay. Yep.
Can I speak? I don't know if I'm muted or not. This is David Smith.
David, we've got you.
David Smith, ANZAB. Currently, negotiations are with Ringing World. I hold the copyright to the material, though I very much wish to acknowledge the input from Sonia Field and Will Bosworth. But because Will Bosworth has been so heavily involved in the production of the original articles, what's being published is a major revision of that, and he's very involved in that, which is why currently the sort of contract, as it were, is with Ringing World. There's no sort of big issue about that. It's just the more convenient way of doing things at the moment.
I think the key thing is as long as they are published, they're clearly a fantastic resource. As long as they are published, I think that's the main thing, isn't it?
There's been a hold up, which I'm quite happy to take a fair bit of the blame. It's there are so much things going on, and a lot of revision was needed, and it's got rather hung up. And Will and I are actually trying to push it forwards just right at the moment.
Okay.
Thank you.
David. Okay. A hand up from Bob Cater, and then Kate Flavel will be next after that.
Hi,
yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we got you.
Just a small factual point. I heard my name mentioned about passing information on to Tim about courses the Education Committee ran, the 14 annual courses in the 80s and early 90s. I did pass all the brochures from those courses on to the later chairman of the committees, and I think some of them have found their way to the Central Council Library. There's also all the minutes of the meetings that I was on the Education Committee for with the librarian. But it's not just the courses that the Education Committee ran that have been spawned by the Central Council. Of course, the Hereford course was a council course in its early days when Wilfred Morton and was on the committee, a chairman of the committee. And following from that, the Sparshall course that I ran Gail and I ran for 13 years, was at the start the Hereford Overflow course, until it had to move to a different date and became a course on its own. And that became then the Bradfield course. So quite a number of these courses have all been spawned by the Central Council in one way or another.
Yeah.
And of course, many of the societies, like in Essex, do run their own courses. The Yorkshire Association ran a residential course quite successfully at Huddersfield area for some years. It's sadly lapsed at the moment. But these things can be done, but they require a tremendous amount of effort. Anyway, there you are.
Yes, yeah, that's right, and that is the idea. The geographic part of the thinking behind this is that the geographic coverage of these residential courses, which are there's clearly a demand for residential courses. The geographical coverage is not great. And the ones you mentioned, yes, they are. People go year in, year out. So that's part of what we want to address. But yes, there's a vast amount of prior art, isn't there, with people who've run courses. We must make sure that we don't lose that. So please make sure that we have everything and we can pass it on to the organisers of courses and carry on for a long time. Kate, can I just remind people? I mean, it's easy to forget that people would like to hear what associations people represent, because not everybody knows everybody and we can't even see you. Thank you. Bob was Yorkshire Association. Thank you. And Kate Flavell.
Kate Flavell, Surrey Association. I'm glad you mentioned art there, Mr. President. It's the first time I've heard that mentioned in all this discussion of courses and training that's been going on in this particular item. And I believe I'm right in saying that there's quite a lot of joint working between the Central Council and art at the moment, which seems completely right to me. These are two organisations, both with huge dedication to everything that's needed in recruitment, retention and training and coursework. And I do just hope that that's going to continue and that all the stuff that Tim's been talking about, this is not the Central Council going off again, doing something completely different. I'm sure the historical stuff is all useful and interesting, but you know, going forward, we need to use everything we can that's been developed recently. And I know that art has been particularly successful there. And you know, we'd be mad if we're not working extremely closely with them. I do hope we are.
Can I respond to that quickly, President, and say we are doing our utmost to keep working alongside art. A lot of what we've done, especially on the recruitment and retention side, recently, we've used art materials very extensively, and you'll notice in those 5 articles that are being produced, it's badged as joint work between us, and I think the strapline is council and art working together for ringers, and strongly agree. Cooperation is the way forward.
Can you hear me? If you could, I could just add, we have regular meetings now between 2 representatives, each of the council and art and the ringing world. And we try to meet every 3 or 4 months and discuss things how we can work together on initiatives such as this. So you're right, Kate. It is a close working relationship, which I hope will continue for a long time. I can no longer see hands. Let me just.
There are no hands raised.
Right, no hands. In that case, if we could move on to the.
Mr. President, can I just interrupt? There is a question in Q&A. I don't know who will be able to answer this. It's from Vicky Rouse. Says, I'm new to the Central Council. What is MTM?
Management, teaching and maintenance.
Go on, sorry.
Management, teaching and maintenance.
Thank you.
So it covered those 3 aspects.
Management, teaching and maintenance. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. In that, can we now move on to the next presentation?
You seem to have lost the president.
Okay, Colin, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Ian. Yes, I will leave it up to Mr. Cccbr. I would suggest that we continue until Simon reconnects himself.
Yes, in the absence of the president, who seems to have gone AWOL for a short while, Ian Ralston has been asked and has taken over one of the newer work groups earlier this year, concentrating on university ringing and trying to stem the flow of ringers who seem to give up when they go onto further education. So over to Professor Ralston.
David, thank you very much. Ian Ralston, Society of Royal Cumberland Youths. If we could have the first slide, please, Colin, thank you. So back in February, Simon Linford asked if I would take on the lead of this group, which I was very pleased to do. I should add that although the reporting period is January to August, as an academic, and like most other academics, the last few months have been preoccupied by making sure we actually have universities and colleges open next year for students to go to. So it's only really in the last month or so that I've had a chance to, if you like, get my feet under the table and get some work underway. So the formation of the group is underway. I'm very pleased to say that Imogen Brooke, Emily Hall, Jackie Brown have so far come forward and are very keen to participate. And this is very much an inclusive group. It's about universities and colleges, institutions of higher education, not focusing solely on universities themselves. Now, Jackie Brown's participation is particularly welcomed, as Jackie established universityringing.org really as a sort of one-stop shop for information about activities of university societies, and we'll be wanting to work with Jackie incorporating that material into the CC web pages. One or two things that Simon and I discussed fairly early on are pertinent here, and that is the role of the Northern Universities and the Southern Universities Association. Because like many activities, there's varying degrees of critical mass or lack of critical mass across university societies. And if we're going to do something about the retention and perhaps recruitment of ringers at university, we need to cater and we need to look at the areas where university ringing may not be as active as perhaps it could be. And the NUA and the SUA may have a crucial role to play in this. And this is something that's fairly, that we're going to focus on in the near future. The other point, and perhaps we can move on to the second slide for this, that Simon and I discussed. If we could have the second slide, please, Colin. Thank you. This is a typical, academic slide. You tell your students not to clutter slides with too much text. So obviously I need to practice what I preach. Apologies for that. But the other point that Simon and I discussed fairly early on is connectivity with the youth contest, because clearly we have an event, one might almost say a program, where you're nurturing interest in ringing going forward. And certainly what we want to do is to be identifying people as they progress towards university age who may be able to play key roles in organising university ringing going forward. I think this is very much at the forefront of my mind, that I do want to involve current young ringers very much in this group. And one of the things that we'll be doing is looking that hopefully if the event goes forward next year, is to have a presence at the youth contest. And I've been liaising with David Hull and Mark Regan as to whether it's going to be York or Worcester, that we should have some representation there. And again, that might not be unconnected with, say, doing it through the auspices of the NUA or the SUA. The other key thing is connectivity with art, because whilst we're primarily interested in retention, university can also be an opportunity to teach people. And of course, the Central Council has been sponsoring for the last few years an art award that seeks to promote ringing at university. It's the award amounts to £500, which has been put to very good use. But one of the issues that has emerged is that only 5 university societies have ever applied for this. So this really raises a flag, and I think it again substantiates the point that where you've got critical mass of activity, things are looking pretty rosy, but we need to look at the areas where that is not so. And a useful discussion with Stephanie Warboys and myself agreed that we should, at this point in time, review how we want to take this award further forward as an award or some sort of grant. So I'm going to have another meeting with Stephanie and possibly Leslie Belcher in the not too distant future. And finally, obviously the impact of COVID is going to be quite substantial potentially on university societies. At my university, and I know other institutions, they are very keen for students' unions to organise social activities. So university societies, wherever possible, we are going to be having activities next year. This is partly driven by the fact that universities would rather have managed activity, organised activity, rather than informal gatherings, which could give problems to social distancing and so on. But it's going to be a challenge going forward. And again, this is something we're going to look at in the very near future. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
We lost Simon again.
It would appear so. Either that or he's able to sit extremely still.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the one problem I have is, oh, Simon's back moving. Are you back, Simon?
Hello.
Yep. Simon, we can see and hear you now, I think. No, he's not. No, I can help you out, David. So that there are no raised hands.
Right. So if there are no questions for Ian.
Oh no, sorry. There is now a raised hand. Tina Stocklin. Tina, you should now be able to speak.
Hello, Tina Stecklin, Scottish Association. I wonder if, given the probably what's going to be a very long-term shutting down, whether it might be worth approaching university societies and other college societies with maybe some help in doing handbell ringing and handbell ringing sessions. I mean, quite a few ringers are moving forward in this field, and this seems like a really good opportunity. Leslie Belcher is leading an initiative to get more people ringing handbells during because they can't do tower bell ringing, and this is this is a way to learn about method structure and do all kinds of things to push their ringing on in a way that doesn't feel nearly as partial as for tower bell ringing, and I wonder if that might be worth pushing on into university societies. If university societies, would like maybe a bit of help getting started, I'm sure we can organize some people to sit in for a couple of sessions to get a group trained up, and then they can take it from there. That's it.
Okay.
If I may respond, I think that's an excellent suggestion, Tina. Thank you very much indeed. We have discussed things like, ringing room and how that's impacted on keeping people together in the last few months, but we haven't talked about handbells in particular. So once again, thank you for that suggestion.
Are there any other questions for Ian? Jim Crabtree, hand up. Okay, unmute Jim. Yes, we can hear you now.
Jim Crabtree, Sutherland, Nottingham.
Thank you.
As a guild, we've had a look at the strategy document. It's very good. One thing I should have written to you by now about was perhaps looking at it slightly in reverse. So few universities and colleges have ringing societies, really, when you look at the number of universities and colleges there are now. We'd wondered whether societies would look at all the universities and colleges within their areas, and then see if we could arrange open days at suitable towers. There are certainly towers that are not suitable to encourage people to stay ringing, and there are those that are. Arrange towers nearby to these colleges. We've got Agricultural College, or there's a Horticultural College, and they're not near the other universities. Organise open days run by the guilds or those local towers. And it's just occurred to me you could perhaps get a rep in from SUA or NUA to join in on those open days and publicise them through a list held by Central Council, so that anybody going to university during a freshers would have a tower that they could go and see what's going on there, even if there is no existing society. So I'll drop you a note about our thoughts on that. Certainly Emily will bring that to you anyway, I think.
Jim, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. Any other questions for Ian? Okay, in that case, we do.
Two more hands.
Richard Alton, then Bruce Butler.
Richard, if you unmute, you should be able to talk now.
You stupid thing.
Got you. Don't think that picture's you.
Got that bit, yeah.
You got that bit, did you? Apologies. Richard Alton, Society College Youth. Ian, and obviously I know you mentioned looking at the, shall we say, teenagers going on into university, but you mentioned some were very successful. I wonder if that's any correlation to those that have very strong alumni associations. I suspect the big four, Oxford, Cambridge, London and Durham and Birmingham, that has an impact on how successful the societies are as a whole. My own society, Liverpool, has a lot of activity with the past members and so on. Just a thought for you to consider and take forward and look at that impact.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, I think that touches on a sort of broader issue, that it's very important for students as they approach their period at university to be aware of the activities, that the history of what's gone on at their chosen institution, or actually through the NUA and SUA, to hopefully get them in touch with the tower. They can pursue ringing if there isn't that critical mass. So we have thought about those sort of issues, and we'll be taking that forward.
Okay.
Thank you. We had one. Yes, Bruce Butler, North American Guild.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we've got you, Bruce.
Good, thank you. This is Bruce Butler, North American Guild. I just would like Ian to be aware, excuse me, that we do have a lot of universities over here that have rings of bells. Chicago and Boston, for example, Kalamazoo, another one. So please don't forget there are university groups and colleges outside of the UK.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that comment.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be learned as well from how countries other than here in the UK do engage with schools and youth groups. So yes, we'll keep in touch. A comment from Alison Hodge. Hand up.
Hello everyone, Alison Hodge, Worcester and Districts Association. Just an experience of when I moved to the university sector late in my career, I discovered that compared with when I was actually a student, there were huge constraints on what constituted a university society. Whereas university societies in the 70s could have sort of a dozen or so members, and that was viable as far as the students' union was concerned and for a grant. I believe in many universities now that numbers constraints are much higher than that. So a ringing society with a dozen or two members would not be enabled to join as a university society. So I think reaching out from guilds and doing things with groups of universities in different ways, perhaps southern universities, northern universities, is a very important thing to remember. But for those that are not aware, there are limitations in many institutions and unions about who can form a society in scale and such like. So I think the approaches being discussed are probably good ones to go with grouping up. Thank you, Simon.
Thank you, Alison. Okay, we don't have any more hands. So we are going to move on now to the History and Archive work group with Chris Ridley, who's relatively recently taken over this this work group. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everybody. Can everybody hear me?
I think we've got you.
Okay, thank you. Basically, Chris Ridley, ex officio member. Only just joined the council at the end of June as an ex officio this year, as Simon has just mentioned. But I was previously on the council as a representative member between 1993 and 2008, and I served on both the biographies and the library committees at that time. So I have a little bit of experience in this area. Can we have slide 1, please, Colin? People sort of say, well, what's the H&A work group all about? Well, we think it's really all about historical information, and it's important for 2 purposes. One is to help promote ringing to the general public, and secondly, it's to support future decision making, because as we know, there is a saying that says that you need to know where you've come from to help inform how you might want to manage things going forward. So I think we have a lot to offer, and there's a lot of material there to do that. Can we have slide 2, please, Colin? Basically, the working group is currently looking at where our priorities are and what we should really be focusing on going forward, but whilst also maintaining and further developing the historical information we have. Discussions are currently taking place. These have been going on during July and August. And we have a meeting to try and start to bring out some of those threads in September. Key things that have come to light already, which we need to sort of discuss going forward within the working group, are the digital platform. What I mean by that is actually how data is made available, historical data, to the ringing community at large. We have the world's premier collection of ringing books and archive material in the Central Council Library, so it's obviously important to maintain and develop that as an information source, but obviously we need to have that as access through digital means wherever possible. Another area is obviously biographies, and including the rolls of honour. One example was Alan Regan's work on the rolls of honour and the Ringing Remembers initiative, which created a lot of new recruits. So that's just one example of what we can sort of do to help develop ringing going forward. We're always looking for volunteers. We have a massive work programme potentially, but only limited time and people to deliver it. So we're always keen to hear on people who have particular interests or skills which will help us going forward. I think that's all I can say for now. Hopefully next year we'll have a far fuller report to provide to you when we've got our feet under the table and actually started to develop the working group, taking forward a number of our priorities. So willing to take any questions anybody has.
Thank you. Yes, Chris. Any questions for Chris? No, we have not got any hands up for Chris. We're going to let you off lightly, Chris.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're now going to move on to the comms and marketing group, which is led by Louise Nightingale. I think, Louise, you're live, ready to speak now.
Yes.
So move on to the next
Can you
slide.
hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Excellent. So hello, hello everybody. I think firstly I wanted to say that when I've reflected on what the group's done so far this year, particularly in these really unusual times, I'm actually really quite proud of what the group members have achieved, because we're quite a small group, but pandemic aside, we've got through quite a lot. So if we can move on to the first slide and we'll have a quick recap. So we started out the year really by realigning our plans to the refreshed strategic priorities that were set out by the exec, and we were really quite excited about what we had in the plans, but then COVID hit. So as a result of the pandemic, we've not really had a chance to meet in person since the end of last year, but have been making the most of Zoom and meeting virtually as often as we can do. As you'll expect, it has had an impact on our plans, primarily meaning that the focus has shifted from promoting ringing through the various ringing campaigns we had in plan, more to kind of retention activities focused on keeping ringers engaged during lockdown, some of the YouTube activities and social media activity you've seen. We've also used lockdown as an opportunity to focus on producing the various toolkits that you'll see on the website and shared via the emails. We've also started a piece of work around marketing segmentation. So you'll see that there at the bottom bullet point, that we really want to focus both on internal and external comms, looking at how we should communicate with the various different groups. So that work's kicked off and will continue into the future, and we'll use that insight to build on the various marketing materials and toolkits that we've got. So in addition, lots of kind of what we call business as usual activity. So support for the YouTube competitions, social media activity. Vicky's been kept very, very busy as PRO with the media liaison and press activity. So if we move on and look forwards. Thank you. Yeah, so we continue with, as I mentioned, that business as usual activity that we called out on the previous slide, so social media, YouTube, etc. And we'll also continue with our focus on that marketing insights activity we talked about. One thing to call out is we're trialing some virtual interviews. We optimistically started out with the idea of it being a 120 whiz, so 120 seconds with various interesting bell ringers that we can find throughout the community. But after a test, and we tried to we edited it as much as we possibly could. So we've had a rethink and it's going to be a 240 with. One thing I do want to say about this is if we've got anybody out there who's got video editing skills who would be happy to offer advice and assistance with this, we would be very, very grateful to hear from you. So please email myself or any of the workgroup members. And I think at this point, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Louise. Got any questions for Louise about comms and marketing? Don't see any hands going up there. In that case, thank you, Louise, and we'll move on. Oh, no. We'll move on to the next work group, which is senior stakeholder liaison, which is very new. Mark Regan, could you take over, please? I think you're live now.
Thank you, Simon. Hello, everyone. Simon asked me to set this group up, and we've been quite busy, especially post-COVID. The first thing we did was establish contact with the Church of England COVID recovery team, and we're making progress. But as any of you know, dealing with the Church of England, it can be quite confusing, but and there's a lot of conflicting advice out there, but at least we are ringing again. Can I have the next slide, please, Colin? So we've listed key stakeholders, and at the moment where we are UK focused, and we do intend to talk to our ringing friends overseas here, this is very important. So we looked at the UK firstly the Church of England, government, so that would be talking to the DCMS and the Department for Housing, Communities and Local Government and other committees. And John Harrison asked a question earlier saying sometimes we find out we're ringing for things and we're the last people to know about it. So we're going to do some work there so our voices are heard. And we'll also talk to the amenity groups, especially Historic England and major funders like the National Heritage Lottery Fund about how they see us and how we contribute to our cultural landscape. So who's doing the work so far? Nigel Herriot offered his services in his professional life. He spent a lot of time working with government officers, and so very useful there. Robert Sully works in education and charity work. Chris Pickford, obviously, for his vast expertise with history and archaeology. And Michael Royalton Kish joined the group last week, especially useful because he's a full member of the London DAC, which would be really helpful. Go to the next slide, please, Colin. So as you know, we're talking to the COVID recovery team. We're in dialogue with senior clergy in the Church of England, and following conversations with David Grimwood and Tony Ellis, we're going to set up a trial training sessions in our diocese in Worcester for new clergy, because the clergy aren't trained at all really about bells at college, and they don't know much about it until they actually go in post. So our bishop is very supportive, and our archdeacons, and that's work in progress. And another thing I've been doing, which is actually something I'm very passionate about, is I see ringing as a performing art. And we are part of the cultural heritage, and we have a fantastic 400-year-old history. And the Arts Council obviously are there in this country to support our performing arts. And I really just want us to be recognised as part of that landscape and how we contribute to Englishness, if you pardon the slightly localised expression. One thing the next phase of our work, we're going to start talking to the 42 dioceses, because we know from our Bishop John Inge's report about managing the church's infrastructure, it's not sustainable. And the new Archbishop of York is about to undertake an enormous review on how the Church of England works going forward. And these things will affect us. And I'd rather be on the front foot, being part of that dialogue, than find out things are happening to us slightly too late. And finally, I would urge every ringer in the UK to write to their MP and their bishop to how we contribute to our cultural heritage and landscape. And I think we can do a lot of good there. And that's a very quick summary of what we've done so far. It's been very COVID focused. We'll have a lot more to say next year. Thank you, Simon.
Thank you, Mark. First, I've got a hand up from Fred Bone, Essex Association, then Robert Berry, then a couple more. Fred, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. Fred Bone, Essex Association. It's all very well saying, would every bell ringer write to their MP and bishop? It would kind of help if we were all giving more or less the same message. So we could ideally like some guidance on what you think the MPs and bishops need to be told.
Thanks, Fred. That's a very good question, and one where we are actually addressing at the moment is what are we actually saying to whom is the basic thing here. And so the 5 of us are doing some work on it in the next month. And then after speaking to Simon and his colleagues on the exec, we will send that out to everyone. But also, I would like to see that personalised as well as a sort of general message from Ringing Head HQ. I think ringing means so much to all of us as individuals. I think the personal message will be important as a sort of corporate message. But thank you, yes, noted.
Yeah, it's more a case of what's the basic theme. It's all very well saying about how we contribute to the cultural landscape, but that's kind of a bit, it doesn't mean a lot to me specifically. So a bit more detail about exactly what we want them to pick up from it would help. Thank you.
Thank you, of course.
Okay, thank you. Robert Perry. You're unmuted now. Yep, got you.
Yes, Robert Perry, Truro Guild. Just really wanted to thank everyone who's been involved in any way with getting us back to some form of far more quickly than certainly I thought we would back in the dark days of the total lockdown. We in Truro are able to ring six bells, which will be 6 socially distanced bells, I should say, because we've got a very large ringing chamber. And I don't know how many people I've met in the city, not ringers or maybe not even church people, have said how glad they are to hear the bells being rung again. I think obviously an enormous amount of work has been done, which I'm sure we're all extremely grateful. I was just wondering, do we have any knowledge or any idea of how many towers are actually able to ring again? Certainly around here, quite a few of us are ringing, but equally many more are not. And I just wondered if there was any idea of what the kind of proportion was. Thank you.
I don't think we know exactly. Anecdotal evidence might suggest that it's about a third. When we had our last discussion with the Church of England people, they thought they had about 40% of churches open, and they would get to 85% of churches open by Christmas, and the rest might not open at all. Was somewhat alarming. But if 40% of churches are open, and some people are ringing, some churches are ringing who are not having services, and some are not ringing. So I think it may only be that sort of number. But no, we don't know exactly is the answer. But that's.
corroborate that, Simon. In our diocese, it's about 30% of churches are ringing, we think, and not many are open yet. Even some of the big churches aren't open.
Yeah. We've got Alan Regan was going to speak, but had his hand dropped accidentally by technical team. So Alan, if you're there, you're the next in line. If you're still wanting to speak, and we need Alan unmuted. We got Alan unmuted. Got you, Alan. Yep, we've got him.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to raise my hand, so I apologise for delaying the meeting.
Thank you for your contribution, Alan.
But well done, Mark and everybody. Good progress. Fantastic.
Okay. Next is Jonathan Rose. We've got you now. Oh, no, we haven't.
Yeah, Jonathan, if you'd like to unmute, you should be able to talk.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we've got you, Jonathan.
Yeah, good. The Guild of Clerical Ringers are very pleased now to be a part of the Central Council, and I see that the lot actually has fallen on me to be the member, which I'm very pleased to be. I simply wanted to say that if I'm to contribute in some way to the work of the Central Council, I would be very pleased really to come into this particular group, the Senior Stakeholder Liaison Work Group, because there may be something as a former vicar clergy within the Church of England, there is something which I can perhaps talk about or contribute when it comes to the interrelationship between the church, clergy and ringing. Sometimes relationships are short, but very often, in fact, they can be very positive. But if I'm to make a contribution, then it seems to me that this may be somewhere where I could sit in. So I mean, I simply offer that at this stage.
Jonathan, thank you. That sounds like a perfect fit, and I'll be in touch.
Thank you, Jonathan. David Katz next, and we've got two more after David. David, yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
We've got you, yes.
Thank you. David Katz, Swansea and Brecon. I'd just like to say, on behalf of Welsh Ringers, if there aren't any others here, how grateful we are to Mark, to yourself, to Simon, to Phil, for the work on the recovery group. But I would just like the council to recognise that there are some special difficulties that we have with the differences in regulations across different regions. It's not just a case of UK versus Australia or United States. We really do have some a different situation in Wales, particularly, for example, on the 2 metre, which is written into legislation here. So it's just worth mentioning that.
Yes.
Do keep it in mind.
Yes, thank you, David. We are aware it is quite difficult. It seems to be that certainly Wales and Scotland are more cautious and lagging in terms of relaxation of restriction generally. Yeah, David, did you want to come back? Yeah.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, that's that. We do note that. Yeah. Just two more then. Alison Hodge, please, and then Jane Wilkinson.
Alison, if you unmute, you should be able to speak.
Yeah, Alison Hodge, Worcestershire and Districts. I'm going back to our understanding where towers are ringing. It could be worth asking our CC reps to see whether they can organise a quick survey around their respective guilds and associations. I've sent out a note and I'm collecting that from our secretaries across the Worcestershire area. And as Mark has already intimated, from the same rough diocesan area, not 100% overlap. I mean, it is about between a third and a bit over a third that are ringing. Going back to sharing efforts, I know that when I'm talking to some of our secretaries and tower captains and like, some towers are not ringing because they can't find the ringers to ring, and some towers are not ringing because there's the church is not having services and they don't want the ringing without the services. So it seems an opportune time for the ringers and the towers to get together and share forces, not leave towers unrung where there could be ringing if there's a service, and not leave ringers without a place to go because their home tower happens to be not having services for interim. So it's a good time to have some liaison.
Absolutely, I think that's an excellent idea. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Jane Wilkinson. Can we enable Jane to speak, please?
Yeah.
And then we have Adrian Udall. Jane, we've got you now.
Thank you very much. Jane Wilkinson, Cumberland Youth. Back in antediluvian times, we sent out circulars to all the diocesan secretaries as being probably a better way of making sure that correspondence was read rather than bishops and MPs. May I commend that to this group because we found it was quite helpful.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Jane. And Adrian Udall, I think finally on this topic. No, I've got a couple of things to say. Okay.
Hello, Mark.
Yeah, we got you now, Mark.
Thank you for negotiating a start to the ringing. But I have a question for you, which is, do you feel that it's appropriate for the council to instruct people not to ring, or is there some way that the council could make sure that we are not giving this impression to ringers, which is something that has been, shall we say, noted to CC reps, that there seems to be the impression given at times that the council is asking people not to ring, and it should be the other way around.
Okay, yes, I'm going to cover that.
That's a question for Mark, really. If he's been doing negotiating.
I'm going to cover it. I'm going to cover it in my forward plan in the first section of that.
Yeah, thank you. That's correct. And this is about guidance, Adrian, and this is very tricky. And I'm sure Simon will allude to all of that when he talks later.
I will do. Yeah. I just have one thing to add to this, and that's it was actually a comment from John Mulvey last night, I think, saying that it would be very good to get as many ringers now onto PCCs. One of the ways of strengthening the relationship at the local level is to get on a PCC, and I think the relationship between the ringers and the church, where you do have someone on the PCC, tends to be very strong. It'd be interesting to find out how many people we have got on PCC.
That's a really good point, and please do it.
Yeah, Andrew Wilby has hand up as well. We've got you now, Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. President. I felt I might just better make a helpful comment here. We'll be college youth, by the way.
Thank you.
I've had two meetings with MPs this week. There are difficulties in communicating with MPs because, for a start, they can only deal with their own constituents. So we tend to have interests that spread over constituency boundaries. So you need to take care with that. But also, they really need to have something to latch their support onto, such as a bit of legislation going through or something like that. You have to understand how MPs operate so that you can address them. They get lots of letters from people just saying, I don't like this, can you do something about it? And they really can't do anything about it, and they're quite immune to that sort of correspondence. If I can help with this, with how to approach MPs, I've had a number of years of experience of doing it, so I can help.
Please do, Andrew, that would be fantastic.
And we do have a ringing MP now, which is useful as well.
That would help as well. But don't forget, quite a lot of them are not Christians, and sometimes they're quite antipathetic to the church and whatever bell ringing is seen as. So we need to be quite careful about that. It's not that easy.
It's not that easy, no.
You have to know what you want to achieve.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Andrew. Okay, we haven't got any hands up now, and I'm going to cover COVID as well myself. So could we move on? I think we've just got two of these left, and then we will have a short comfort break. The next one is technical and taxonomy, and we'll hand over to Graham John to talk about the work of the technical and taxonomy work group. Graham, we can move on to the next slide straight away.
Thank you, Simon. So Graham John, Oxford Diocesan Guild.
There are two areas I'd like to provide an update on. Firstly, the framework for method ringing, and secondly, the progress on the new Dove database. So firstly, we are working on a version 2 of the framework, not a huge revision. Obviously, most of the work was done, the huge amount of work was done to prepare the first version. But there are some minor improvements, clarifications, and additional material as stated in our report. I'd just like to add 2 additional matters that have been raised in the past year that we'd also like to address. Firstly, at the request of the executive, a further performance norm has been drafted to ensure that performances such as the successful peel but failed long length that was rung in Adelaide in June 2019 are appropriately declared. I mean, this was the case with the Adelaide performance report, but it wasn't explicitly required by the framework, so we want to address that. Secondly, lockdown has encouraged ringers to innovate, as we know. The large number of key press performances during this period, such as on Ringing Room, they've been well over 500, which some might consider the ringing equivalent of an e-sport, will form a significant chapter in the history and potentially the future of ringing. To capture and analyse this information, which we think will be useful to sort of understand its impact, while differentiating it from the traditional styles of ringing, we're proposing that performances are categorised by ringing style, so that in addition to the existing styles we have, full circle with rope and wheel, in other words, the style of tower bell ringing, and the alternating strokes, the style of handbell ringing, we would introduce a key presses style, which would not only cover online performances using a computer keyboard, but also a change ringing performance if it was rung on, say, a Carillon keyboard. A final style of other would be used for any performances not covered in the other categories. They may be quite sort of varied, and until they become popular, we would just include them as other. And that might include activities such as ringing on the frame, lapping, or tapping bells. As with all aspects of the framework, the principle is to facilitate accurate reporting of what change ringers do, rather than prescribing performances or limiting innovation. The version 2 draft will be provided to the ringing community for everyone to comment before a final version is prepared and submitted to the executive for approval and issue. The review of extension processes, originally planned to start in 2020, has now been deferred until 2021. Thank you. Next slide, Colin, please. So the other area I wanted to just give you an update on is the progress on the new Dove database. There has been a huge amount of effort put into the Dove project in 2019 and 2020, although not always, or probably not visible to people. And this has culminated in the new system being ready for data migration. In May, we were very pleased to welcome Dickham Love as a new Dove steward at that critical point in the project. Dickham has applied his professional expertise to plan and lead the migration activities, achieving successful go live of the new system for tower updates on the 1st of August. There is now much work required to clean up the data that's been transferred to reflect the revised data structure of the new system. A comprehensive audit trail is now available for any changes made to the new system, and this is an important data safeguard which we now have. A ticketing system has also been introduced to allow a larger team to process update requests with appropriate quality checks, and a knowledge base is being developed to support the Dove stewards and clerks. Development work is now moving on to work on the PNBR, the Prototype National Bell Register. So this is individual bells rather than towers, with the intention of releasing that at the end of October. And at that point, the final dependency on John Baldwin's legacy system will have been removed, which has been the sort of key objective over quite a long period. I would like to pay tribute in particular to Richard Smith for the hundreds of hours he spent developing the new system for us, and to Tim Jackson, who has been a Dove steward since 2007, spending unbelievable amounts of time maintaining an extremely high level of data quality, and recently producing version 11 of the printed Doves guide and leading the team during the development of the new system. And I'd also like to thank Dick and Love for managing the migration and seamlessly taking over the Dove leadership role from Tim. Once the Bell data migration is complete, further phases of work will see the addition of new types of tower and Bell data, personal record logging, a new website, a programming interface for developers, and a mobile phone app. So with that, if there are any questions, I'll take them now.
Thank you, Graham. Do we have any? We got a hand up from Peter Scott, please.
Yeah, Peter Scott, the Yorkshire Association. I was involved with the creation of the framework, and so relating to that, one of the things that the framework has done is to bring some call change ringing into the scope of method naming. And I wondered whether the group in its phase 2, in its version 2, would consider more of that, more call change ringing having names, or perhaps even less. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I think call change ringing is a very interesting topic. When we originally considered this, I think if you took the original CRAG motion, it didn't limit it to method ringing. However, we felt that method ringing was such a big topic on its own that we needed to devote our time to that, and that the framework should specifically cover method ringing. I think if there was a document to address call change ringing, it should be independent of that, and also that it needs to have the expertise of call change ringers, particularly from Devon, and that I think will be a useful exercise, but I don't think it's something that should be addressed by the framework team, which is dedicated to method ringing.
It'll just be me then who'll be naming methods which I've devised by calling call changes. Thank you for that, Graham.
Okay. Devon and other parts of the southwest, of course, specialise in call change ringing. Robert Perry.
Yes, thank you. I was just going to say to the previous speaker, don't forget Cornwall.
Yes, sorry about that.
we do have one or two ringers here who have fairly intricate patterns of calling call changes, which I can't understand, but which they derive great pleasure from doing. Whether or not they would seek regulation, I really don't know, or harmonisation might be a better way of putting it, perhaps. Whether they would seek that or not, I really don't know. But it's certainly something which is perhaps more widespread than is sometimes thought. Thank you.
Thank you. And certainly would be interesting for other people to know.
I think that's the point, Robert, is that it may be something that is well known within a local area, but because it's not documented that well, it's not available for other people to try. So a document covering call change ringing and all the various aspects of it would be of a great interest, I think.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. Dorothy Hall.
Hi. So on the classification of ringing, with the key presses, I think it would still be useful to distinguish between like handbell style and tower bell style with one or two bells per person.
I mean, this is an interesting point, but if you actually look at the question is how you distinguish that. If you look at key presses, you can argue it's neither handbell nor tower bell. If you just use the number of ringers who ring per bell, actually that's not a an indicator either, because people ring 2 tower bells and you can ring handbells with 1 each. So it's not actually a distinguishing factor, but it is something that we will be looking at in terms of how this is phrased in the framework to try and cover that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dorothy was representing the new member representing the Oxford Society, for those not aware. Any more questions? There are no more hands up for Graham. So we'll move on. Thank you, Graham. We'll move on to the last of our work groups, which is another new one, Young Ringers, Schools and Youth Groups. Colin, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. That's one job I haven't had to do. So Colin Newman, Ancient Society of College Youth. So Simon asked me if I would lead this new work group earlier in the year, which I have henceforth started doing. So just a little bit on what we've done since the inception of the group. So there are 5 of us in the team at the moment. That may flex depending on the skill set that we need to move the work group forward with its objectives. We have identified a number of areas where we need to have some hooks in to encourage young ringers or youngsters to take up ringing. I think we're all aware that the current or the old method of recruiting young ringers from the choir, etc., and via the church is not as productive as it used to be. We get far fewer young ringers that way. So we've identified the things on the list here. So there's scouts. Work in that area at the moment has got to the stage where we're looking to develop 5 staged badges within the scouting movement, starting from right at the very bottom. The first badge can be gained on a single night by a visit to a church and a tower, or just a tower. That allows us to get badges on Scouts and Cubs arms as quickly as possible. And the idea of this is to roll it nationally. I know there are a number of regional areas that do still have a form of bell ringers badge, but we're looking to actually put something together that we can roll out nationally. We're looking at how we integrate into guides via partnerships, which is the methods that they use, whether we can get the Central Council actually involved as a partner there, or indeed art. Art is an area that we are liaising with a lot on this work group at the moment. Boys and Girls Brigade, we're at the very initial stages of that. Initial contact has been made with Boys Brigade. I'm looking for a contact for Girls Brigade so that we can understand how we can get some hooks into those areas. Schools is a very interesting one. There's lots and lots out there in terms of lesson plans, etc., for schools, and we are starting to collate those, and we're going to put them into a standard format for delivery by non-ringing teachers. That is very much in its early stages at the moment, and the more of those we can get, the better, that teachers can just pick up off the shelf and be able to deliver to a class. There's 2 items with D of E here. So the first one is, and it's nearly ready now, or the first draft is nearly ready, is developing a sliding scale to define the achievement goals for Duke of Edinburgh. At the moment, it seems to be that a Duke of Edinburgh person either turns up in a tower or is an existing ringer and says, I want to do my Duke of Edinburgh, and we don't really know what can be set as the goals for that ringer, and they can pass relatively easily or with great difficulty depending on how they're defined. So we're looking to define a sliding scale that people can start on anywhere. So if somebody's a raw learner from backstrokes, or if they're currently able to ring simple doubles methods, etc., and they achieve within the band that slides up and down that level. we're working with ART at the moment. ART are currently applying to be a DofE activity provider, and clearly that links in to what we're doing here. So I've had extensive discussions with Leslie Belcher about how this would work, and we intend to work together to make sure that we're not duplicating work in that space. So moving on to the next slide then. So the next objectives. So the first objective is to complete the initial objectives. As I say, this is a very young work group at the moment, and it's still forming its lower level objectives. We're going to look to build an online searchable resource portfolio. I mentioned previously the lesson plans for the teachers, and it will also have all sorts of information for Duke of Edinburgh, etc. So the idea of that is there will be artifacts in that resource portfolio that are tagged so that they're easily searchable for what people want. We need to define and develop the awareness materials. So obviously there's no use just putting all this stuff together without people making people aware that it's there. So we're looking at promotional materials that we could put together, including potentially a promotional video. We need a school engagement strategy. Some initial discussions have been had in schools by the teachers that we have on the work group, and it would be fair to say that at the moment, and for obvious reasons, the schools aren't particularly interested in us. That will change as they get used to their new ways of working, and the COVID situation eases somewhat. So we will re-engage with schools once they're in a better place to be able to handle what we want to give them. And the last thing we're looking to do is to create some easily understood how-to guides. So how do I engage with Scouts and Guides and Duke of Edinburgh, etc. So they will be available to via the probably the Central Council website, so that any tower can pick up that how-to guide and run with it. So that's just a very brief overview of what we've done since we first met, and I think our first meeting was in April. There's a lot of work to do, but hopefully by next year we'll be able to report some really positive outcomes of this work group. So I will open it up to questions.
Are there any questions for Colin? There's one in from Susan Gadd.
Hi, Susan.
Hello, Sue Gadd from the Sussex County Association. New member, so forgive me if I tread on any protocols that I shouldn't. I'd like to raise something on the DofE area. I am and I'm speaking more as a DofE leader actually than a ringing from a ringing perspective. The DofE input there seems to be mainly about the skill section. And my experience is that the participants, and I work for two different centres, one a school and one just an open centre that anybody can come to. The skills, there is a vast list of things that qualify as a skill. The area where we always have massive difficulties finding particularly the 14-year-olds who are doing bronze an activity to do is actually volunteering, because many of the charities and non-profit associations will not take 14-year-olds because of the safeguarding issues. Ringing for service, for example, would count towards church activities for volunteering. And I personally think you'll have much more success in, first of all, trying to engage people to understand what ringing is, because you need to actually get them to want to bell ring. And when looking at a skills list, which is 2 pages long of individual line entries, you know, I think you'll struggle to engage them at that level. But a volunteering where they have no idea what to do, if we can engage people with the concept of ringing as a volunteering activity, I think you might make more inroads personally.
Yeah, thank you for that, Susan. That's valuable input, and actually, the volunteering side of it, I obviously haven't articulated it clearly in the slides or in what I said. It's not unnoticed. Actually, even in my own tower, obviously not working at the moment, but we do have a 14-year-old who is doing volunteering for Bronze using bell ringing. So yes, absolutely, take that on board. Thank you.
Yeah. I have one who is planning to use helping at the School of Ringing on a Saturday as that as well. So yeah, it's a very good point. Thank you, Susan. Anne Hughes. We've got you now.
Hello, I'm Anne Hughes, ULSCR. I was wondering if there's been any thought given to teaching handbell ringing in schools?
It has been mentioned within the work group, and it is on our list of things to explore. It's a very good idea. I think more use of handbells can be made across the board. And there was a time where I ran a handbell group in a local school here. So yes, thought has gone into that, but we haven't developed anything on it as yet. It's not forgotten.
You can certainly use it at a younger age group, can't you, Colin?
Very much so, yes.
One of the key things with, yeah, okay, good. I'll just put one thing, there's no more hands, but just one other thing to add is the work group and Colin are particularly keen to learn how of experiences from other territories. Certainly, as I think Bruce said earlier, North America, there's always been a close relationship between Rings of Bells and youth and university groups. I think also in Australia there are. So I think there's things to be learned in both directions there. So do offer advice if you have it outside the UK.
Yes, please.
Annie Hall. You're unmuted now.
Hello, Annie Hall. So, can you hear me? From the Coventry Guild. Nothing beats having a ringer who is a teacher in the school to get access to schools. You unmute yourself, George. Yeah, I'm just trying to.
There's feedback from another device.
Yes, we're having an informal meeting of our own, socially distanced, of course.
Okay, got you now.
The points that I'd like to make is that nothing beats having a teacher in a school to be able to get access to young people to teach to ring. And a lot of the ideas that you've put forward, Colin, are excellent, but we did a lot of them when we actually started with the art programme, with putting together different ideas and initiatives and lesson plans, which we'd be very pleased to share with you.
That would be much appreciated, Annie. Thank you very much.
Good. Okay, if there are no more hands up.
Mr. President, there was one thing that was posted in the chat, which was from Beverly Furness. It says, "What about links with church-based Sunday school type groups?" Yes, absolutely. Messy Church
I'm off now, Joy.
Is a good place to get stuck in, and it's something that I've also done locally. So yes, church groups definitely need consideration. Thanks for that, Beverly.
Beverly Furness, North Wales Association. Okay, no more questions for Colin. That wraps up all of the work group leader reports. So I'd like to thank all the work group leaders, old and new. I think we need to remind ourselves every now and again that everybody is volunteering here. It's people doing it in their own time. Okay, we all do enjoy it, but it is voluntary. It's great to see so much stuff done by so many keen people, so thank you. Now, I did promise a comfort break 38 minutes ago, and I know probably the attendees have been disappearing off every now and again, but the panelists haven't been able to. So if we could take 5 minutes and restart in 5 minutes time at 40. And then we'll talk about the forward plan. The forward plan will probably take 15 minutes or so. I'll talk to you about a few things that are happening. Okay, so 5 minutes time, please. Sorry about my internet. I never have issues with my internet connection. It's stored them all up for today. It's really kind.
No, not at all. But...
Okay, we are back, everybody. We're back, and we'll move on to the 2021 forward plan, for which there is hopefully a set of slides. If Colin's back yet?
Yeah, one moment. I am back. I just need to reshare the screen. If you give me just a second.
There's just a comment there. Are we having a lunch break? I'm afraid we aren't having a lunch break. We're just gonna carry through. Hopefully that short break was helpful, and we are trying to finish by 1:30 to give time then for people to grab some lunch before the Ringing World AGM, which runs after this. So that's that question. So the forward plan 2021, if we move on behalf of the executive, this is just it's not the highlights. This is just the running order. These are the 5 things I'm going to cover, starting with COVID progress, please. As you might be aware, as I'm sure you're aware, this has taken up a huge amount of time and been particularly painful. It's something where it's been quite difficult to give equal weight to all territories as well, all territories in which we have members. We do recognise that. To a degree, what we've done with the Church of England has been helpful in other jurisdictions, but we've also relied on local knowledge, particularly in ANZAB and North America, to interpret differences in local legislation. So that's very helpful. So forgive me if I talk about the church, I'll tend to mean the Church of England. So the starting position was that ringing wasn't allowed at the beginning of lockdown. we got into a better position with the church through playing the card of aligning ringing to the resumption of services, rather than it being a pastime. And now we're working on getting the distancing down to 1 metre plus mitigations is the next thing, and then hopefully further restriction lifting. Comparison has been drawn to the Royal School of Church Music. The RSCM approach, interesting, was not to negotiate with the church at all early on. They're effectively a union for paid singers, and they negotiated directly with DCMS and PHE based on performing arts guidance. With choirs starting to sing again, the C of E is still saying that they're going to review that guidance. So it's just, and if you talk to directors of music in cathedrals, especially cathedrals with choir schools, they say that they've got guidance coming at them from 6 different directions, most of which are conflicting. So when you add in the differences that we have in towers, you can see how complicated it gets. Choirs also perform in the main body of large buildings, not in ringing chambers. But we are all aware there are very, very great differences in settings. The difference between a ground floor ring is very different to a small upstairs ringing chamber with no window, and we are aware of that. And we also are aware that ringers want to get on with it, and that this could be the end of many bands, or at least some bands. So it is important. But it's important, I think, particularly that we stick together. And I'm grateful for members who have helped us to reinforce guidance locally. I mean, our activity is ultimately not that important, even though it is to us. The church could easily turn ringing off again and not allow us access to buildings. So although this is only guidance, and yes, it's not a governing body, we cannot tell people what to do, as we're often reminded. If we don't follow the guidance, and it all starts to break down, we'll lose the trust of the people we're trying to deal with, and it'll be difficult to relax guidance further. So that's why, if it sometimes comes across that we're telling people what to do, I'm sorry if it does, it's just because we have at heart the fact that we don't want this to get worse again. We are trying to move now to more local risk assessment, which is something that a lot of people call for, so we can interpret our own particular settings, but that will be the next stage. And then the long-term prognosis is probably the same as life in general, in that don't expect a major relaxation in restrictions until the spring. And then we'll probably just get used to slightly increased risk, and we'll get used to the precautions we take. But it certainly, I think, is going to be the spring to look forward to. I'm quite, I mean, it's if we want to have a little discussion on this, we could, or please, we filled a lot of questions. We filled a lot of questions from individual bands, and from the odd association, which we answer hopefully as quickly as we can. The guidance gets updated on a Friday, as I hope you're aware. We do try and keep that. There hasn't been much change in the last 2 or 3 weeks, but I'm interested really from you, maybe just by email, of whether we got the balance right. Lots of people say we're on the cautious side. I think it's right to be on the cautious side, and lots of people have thanked us for that, but lots of people haven't thanked us for that either. So that's where we are. I don't know if there are any, and does anyone want to make a quick point on that? I'm quite happy to take a couple of points if there are any, otherwise we'll move on. But please do. My email address is always open, as probably some of you know. We have got a couple of comments, so let's take a couple of comments. First up is Andrew Wilby, Ancient Society of College Youth.
Yeah, Wilby College Youth. Simon, President, I'd like to support everything you're saying, but I'd like to point out 2 things. We've all been quite, or there's been a strong tendency recent times to see ringing as a secular activity and be fairly dismissive of the relationship with the church. I think that was always highly risky, and we've had a demonstration now how totally risky it is. Unless we are part of the church activity, they can switch us off. So I think it's something to bear in mind. The second thing is, as a church warden in the Exeter diocese for a peculiar reason, I see all the correspondence from bishops to church wardens and to clergy. And it is quite clear from that the decision making about the return to ringing is basically going to be with the diocesan bishops. It's their show, they run their diocese. One of the reasons a lot of the churches are not opening is because a lot of the church wardens are over 70 and terrified and refusing to do so.
Yeah, that's right.
So it is going to be return to ringing is going to be a very local problem. And what I would like to see us do is mobilizing the diocesan and county associations, their leaderships. They need to be making their number very strongly with the bishops and the clergy. We need to deliver it at a local level.
Yeah.
Leadership at the top's fine, but it's not going to be delivered there. It's going to be delivered on the ground, and we need to wake up to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Thank you, Andrew. Nicholas Wilkins.
Hello.
Yep,
Can you hear me?
Yes, we've got you.
Okay, good. Yes, Nick Wilkins, a new member on the council from the Kent County Association. Just with regard to ringing and try not to lose ringers, I'm hoping that a bit of lateral thinking will help. I live in Orpington, ring at Farnborough, Kent, and also Chelsfield nearby. To start with, at Farnborough, we had no Sunday services. It's a small church. Sunday services have started, and they have started at Chelsfield as well. What both incumbents have done, they're very supportive of ringing, is to allow us to ring on prior to weekday services, which hitherto we haven't done. Obviously, working age people at school, youngsters can't do so. But what I've tried to do at Farnborough is allow younger ringers who are at school and can't ring during the week to ring on Sunday mornings, socially distanced with the correct spacing between the ropes, wearing masks, 15 minutes prior to a service, etc. But also allow some of the older ringers who wouldn't be able to ring at the same time because we can only get, say, 3 in the tower at once, to ring prior to a weekday service. And we do that on Thursday mornings at Farnborough, and we do it on Wednesday mornings at Chelsea. So it enables us to get more of the ringers involved, and they don't go 6, 9, 12 months without ringing, and we lose them completely. So I don't know if anyone's thought of trying to ring prior to weekday services, which maybe you don't normally do. That was my point anyway. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And I'll confirm later, but when I've had a chat with Phil Barnes, but I think we're looking at being able to reduce the time between sessions of ringing from 72 to 48 hours, provided hand washing, etc., etc. So that should make it a little bit easier for people to have ringing on different days like that. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Fred Bone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fred Bone, Essex Association. You ask, have you got the balance right? Well, it seems to me that you can't get it right for every possible situation. But what I would like to say is I think what the council has done compares very favourably with what the government's been doing.
Yeah, I had to work that out. Yes, thank you, Fred. Okay, any more comments on that? Otherwise, I'll just crack on. That's useful. Thank you for your support, for everybody. The next things just to talk about is CRAG proposals. Proposals that. It's fair to say, and we put our hands up, that there are a number of proposals from CRAG on which we've not made enough progress, a point at which we're reminded of. In particular, these 3. So we are going to commit to making solid progress on this in the coming year. There are complex, interrelated questions here. I think probably one of the reasons it's not moved quickly is because there's no obvious answer. We probably all accept that if we were designing a structure for ringing from scratch, we wouldn't come up with what we've got. The Victorians gave this to us, and it came along over time. But we need some sort of coordinated national or international, in fact, membership structure, but with local and regional activity. We are an international activity made up of very small local bands with distant connections and very wide networks, which is one of the great strengths of ringing. Now, some of you yourselves have given this a lot of thought. John Harrison, for instance, has written on the subject. If you remember his excellent Thinking the Unthinkable series, well worth revisiting if you don't remember those. And I know some of your own associations have been having strategic reviews, considering what you are for and how you serve the needs of your own members. So all I can say is that yes, progress should have been made on these. We are going to do it now. You should have received an email that was sent to all members saying that we're going to set up consultation discussion over the next couple of months. Alison Everett is going to set them up via Eventbrite, so we get groups of say 15 or so of us and to talk through some of these issues in a very open way and get everybody's ideas and how it affects individual associations. We've also got other cohorts of consultees planned, including such groups as the Ringing Remembers Ringers, which could give us a good perspective of how ringing is viewed by people who are fresh to ringing. And also those who are direct subscribers to the council social media, which is, interestingly, it goes up every day. People sign up for direct information, which is great. It's good to know that if you write a blog, people actually read it. I was actually sent, so that's what I'm going to say about that. I was sent one other question prior to the meeting, which was whether we were going to implement CRAG proposal F, is reducing the number of rules. I don't think revisiting the rules is particularly a good use of our time. I'm not aware of the rules causing us any issues particularly, but these are, we get lots of emails saying direct membership. We need to look at direct membership and reducing the size of the council representatives, and these things are connected. So over the course of the next 3 months, we'll be really getting to grips with this and hopefully developing a set of proposals before the next AGM. Okay. Moving on to work. We've got a question from Fred Bone before I move on. Not got you yet. Can we unmute Fred?
Yeah, sorry, we did deal with that. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, you're done. Okay. All right. Okay, I'll move on then to the next work group reorganisation. So we've had 2 years of the work groups as they were originally established after CRAG. Lots of great work done, as hopefully you all appreciate. It was never meant to be static, though. We've added 3 this year, and we're intending to change it a little bit now to focus on directly on 2 areas, which are marketing ringing well, so we get recruits in the door in the first place, and then the things that we do to support the ongoing development of ringers. So those 2 distinct activities, which are quite closely aligned to the first 2 of the strategic priorities, which I'll talk about in a moment. And of course, these are things that are very much alongside the core activity of associations. So this is a supporting role, things we can all do. This primarily affects comms marketing and VNL. We're not dropping anything that's currently being done, just focusing it a little bit differently and more specifically. And we're going to be looking for more people with a passion for these 2 areas. We're also intending to establish a support group that's been mentioned before, that helps the executive and the work groups, sort of common services. The most obvious example of that we have now is the web team, who are on call almost 24 hours a day, to be honest, and help us regularly. We think it's time to bring in some more secretarial support, and that's particularly in the area of looking after membership. If Mary had, if there was a membership secretary, it would help with a lot of Mary's burdens. Court appeal analysis. We're looking for someone to take over court appeals analysis, as Alan Buswell has retired from it. There's a huge amount to be learned about the state of ringing and the progress of ringers from looking at court appeals. I thought it was interesting to note that there are the appeals analysis in your papers. There's 5 pages of appeals analysis, and court appeals has taken just 1 and a bit, despite the fact that there are far more court appeal ringers than pure ringers. So I think this is much more than just a case of categorization. Court appeals analysis is a window on the state of grassroots ringing. There's a technical aspect to it as well, because the core data is in Bellboard, and needs to be manipulated before it can be interpreted. So if this is a subject that you're interested in helping with, please let us know, both those technical aspects and the data mining and really understanding quarter peal ringing and the relationship between quarter peals and peals. And finally, another thing, you may have, if you've read my last blog, I've asked for expressions of interest in events management. This is something that was discussed at the last Ringing World Art Council triumvirate meeting. And it was in terms of whether we could establish a group between us who could become expert in organising events and not lose that skill from event to event, working with local organisers, of course. It's probably just the council weekend and the roadshow element to start with, and also the art AGM, which are quite similar events. But that's a start, and it could go further. So it's not a work group as such, but it's a shared team, and I'm pleased to say I've had a couple of expressions of interest already in that. That's where the work groups are going. Moving on just to the strategic priorities I mentioned, ongoing all the time with our work is the strategic priorities, which were developed at the start of the end of last year, and were then subject to a lot of consultation with you all, and there was a lot of helpful comment and thoughtful comment. We made good early progress on pretty much all of these, but then the coronavirus put a brake on certain things. Actually, the only one of those where I'd say that the virus has had a positive effect is the last one. We've definitely established contacts with the church hierarchy that we didn't have, or certainly weren't as strong before, and there's a greater understanding of what we do. So, and item 4, possibly, there's some positives there. Bells ringing again has made a lot of people realise that they were missing them. A lot of encouraging comments from local communities. And quite a lot of clergy have been asking for their bells to ring, even though they're not having services. So, but I think we're sort of clutching at a silver lining, to be honest. We prefer it hadn't come along. So we'll continue with our work on the strategic priorities. Progress on other initiatives. Just move on. Yeah. So I'll just pick out a few where we have been able to continue work on them despite lockdown. The first one, Mobile Belfry 2.0, as I call it. This is in the strategic priority 2, I believe. This is about getting a mobile belfry which is much more portable and ringable than others in existence, so as to give us a step change in our ability to demonstrate ringing in sort of schools and public settings and festivals and shows, etc. And the key elements of the specification of this mobile belfry were that we wanted it to be such that you could set it up in less than an hour, half an hour ideally. Bring it along half an hour, not need specialist help, be able to tow this thing with an ordinary vehicle, so the whole thing not more than about 1,800 kilograms, which is a key tipping point. That it should give a ringing experience that's like a tower bell, so you could genuinely teach someone on it the proper experience, rather than just being a mini ring, a one-handed mini ring, and also to cost less than £50,000. And we're going well on all of those aspects of this in terms of the design. And one of the, especially given the exciting news that tailors are donating the bells and the fittings, and the bells, it's a ring of 6, the bells will be cast by tailors next month. What we're going to be particularly interested in, assuming we get this funded, the residual, is ideas for using it. Shows, festivals, schools, etc. Churches which are going to have a ring of bells, for instance, might have a mobile belfry for a month before, in order to introduce prospective ringers to ringing. Interesting idea. The first one may well be based at Loughborough, where there's a place to store it, but the grand plan is actually to have a network of these and to bring in Charnborough and bring in the Lichfield mobile belfry possibly, and maybe one that could be procured in the southwest of England. So there's a common management of them. So if someone's got an event, that the team can send a mobile belfry to your event, and we'll cover an awful lot more. So there's a grand plan. Roger Booth has done a lot of work on a business plan around that, and hopefully we can get that done next year. We talked about courses. Just to say that the first course, the organisation of it is well underway, led by Andy Ingham from Manchester. Plan is it's going to be in the northwest. Whether it can happen in 2021, virus permitting, maybe not, but we live in hope. We hope it can be next year, but of course it might slip. We've also talked about a course in the southwest and also in Yorkshire. Dove database development, I think we talked about enough. That will continue. The Women in Ringing initiative. This is a piece of work that Julia Cater is leading on with a small team, currently researching and gathering information on gender bias in ringing, and it's looking at, for instance, why there are fewer female conductors, fewer female leaders, fewer female composers. Her group has set up a website, womeninringing.info, where they're collecting stories about women ringers' experiences. Where there are 52 of them on there now, well worth reading. If I just quote one thing from that website, it says it aims to air the issues and enable people to share experiences so that the working party and wider community can start to explore what barriers there may be, visible or invisible, to achieving an equal distribution of gender in bell ringing. Barriers to progress creates pools of untapped potential and threatens the long-term sustainability of our hobby. So that work will very much continue in the coming year, and hopefully we'll come up with some interesting ideas. The cast of 1,000, this again is focused on the strategic priority of trying to stop people hitting a barrier to their own progress. And it builds on experiences we've had with the Birmingham School of Bell Ringing, which demonstrated that it was possible to have a pool of ringers who prepared to go to well-organised, focused training practices, provided there was a mechanism to ask them. And they do. It happens on every Saturday morning, or will do again. And we think if you had 1,000 experienced ringers all prepared to go to, say, one surprise major practice a month, which doesn't currently exist, once a month, then you could have 30 new surprise major practices every Saturday or whenever. It just needs, the key thing is having a system that organises it. The College Youths, I'm very pleased to say that the College Youths and Society of Royal Cumberland Youths, to whom I presented this idea, have both lent their support to it. But of course, it won't really move forward until we are ringing normally again. So it's sort of parked. But this is where I think lapsed ringers could be very interesting to this, as a way of getting lapsed ringers back into ringing, possibly without them thinking about the whole obligation that perhaps was the reason why they gave up in the first place. And finally, call change ringing. This is one I personally care a lot about, and it's exploring the role that focused call change ringing can have in how we develop ringers. I think we lose too many ringers because they don't think they can move on to method ringing, or just don't want to. Art is looking at how the Learning Ropes program can be amended to better reflect the fact that you don't have to pursue method ringing to be a good and useful ringer. So becoming a ringer, being able to ring with your local band is a success point, not halfway to being a method ringer. I think that's very important. I'm also keen to see how the experience in the southwest of having some bands focusing on high quality call change ringing in terms of pursuit of excellence might be used elsewhere. So the following year has many unknowns, but we are going to push forward on as many things as we can. And hopefully when we're ready to ring again, we'll have some of these things up and running. We are open to suggestions. I hope that the fortnightly blog keeps you informed, as I sort of trickle information into it. And there are a few things I haven't told you about, which we unveil in due course. They're always open to suggestions and your helpful comments. Are there any questions on the forward plan?
Mr. President, there's a question that's been posted in Q&A.
Okay.
By Peter Scott. It goes back a little bit in the presentation. It says, Craig envisaged quickly forming and dissolving work groups. None of the new ones mentioned their endpoints. When would they know their work was done?
Yes, sorry, we are committing to reviewing work groups after 2 years. Certainly the new work groups will be reviewed after 2 years to judge their effectiveness. So we will do that. And I think a couple of the new ones, certainly, Colin, you might consider that these new ones might not go on forever. They are looking at a task.
Yes.
So, okay. Any other questions on that? Otherwise, we'll move on. Oh, a question from Carol Hallam.
Oh, hi, it's Carol Hallam from the Chester Diocesan Guild. Thank you for a great meeting. I'm a new member, so hopefully, well, as someone else has said, I won't put anyone's nose out of joint. But really, just to say, I think there's been great work done getting us back to ringing. We've seen the forward plan about picking up the CRAG proposals. But I think since CRAG was developed and submitted for approval, obviously we've been through a coronavirus pandemic, and I think we need to be kind to ourselves. And I think, you know, even if we all get back to ringing next year, that will be a good place to be, and not beat ourselves up if we haven't quite made the progress we expect on direct membership or reducing the size of council representatives or anything like that. And I guess if there's one thing we can all focus on together, it's how do we get back to ringing in all its fullness, would be something I would like to put forward.
Yeah. Thank you, Carol. Yes, thank you very much. That's a good comment. Any other comments before we move on? Okay, good. Thank you very much. We can move on then to the financial update for 2020 and the outline general fund budget for 2021, which is asking Andy to come back to the podium, please.
Thank you, Simon. The financial update, which is on page 38 of your report pack. The paper is for information of members only. Deals with two particular subjects. First of all, the update for 2020, the current year, which is particularly depicted in the table on the left-hand side of page 38. It shows a comparison between the agreed budget and the current projection for the general fund for 2020. And mainly because of the effects of COVID restricting activity, I'm predicting an underspend of around £1,000, which would increase the general fund balance at the 31st of December 2020 to nearly 162,000. The particular figures which are different between budget and projection are obviously the council meeting itself, where income and expenditure is predicted to be minimal, as here we are today on Zoom, rather than if we had been at an in-person AGM with all the events and mini roadshows that might have gone with it. Interest rates are holding up at around 1% on our investments, despite reductions from many financial institutions. We don't get a lot gain as much as we used to in interest, but national savings and investments are still paying around that 1%, which is encouraging. The second part of the report, towards the right-hand side of page 38, gives a treasurer-only view of an outline general fund budget for 2021. The Executive will need to return to this at their November 2020 meeting for formal approval, noting that there are potentially some exciting projects coming to fruition which are likely to impact on the outline figures.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Andy. We don't vote on this particularly, but if there are comments, I'm sure Andy would take them. More questions? No specific questions, and we are watching the chat, and there are comments coming up there which we will record on other items, so thank you for that. Okay, in that case, we move on to the election of trustees, item 14. We've had following nominations have been received and supporting statements given in Appendix A of the agenda. If there'd been more than one nomination for posts of president and deputy president, I'd step out of the chair for this, but as we have single nominations and cannot now receive more, I'll stay. Nominated for the post of president, Simon Linford, proposed by Nick Elks, seconded by David Smith. nominated for the office of Deputy President David Kirkcaldy, proposed by Kate Flavel and seconded by David Grimwood. And for the office of Treasurer, nominee Fergus Stracy, proposed by Lynn Hughes and seconded by Ian Self. As there are no other nominations, I declare them all elected. So welcome, Fergus. You'll serve the remainder of Andy's term to 2021 as a minimum, but hopefully for many years to come. And Andy, you can step down from the top table now. Your hard work is over. We didn't overlap by much, but I can see what a great service you have given to the council. If everyone could use the Zoom clap symbol or join me in a virtual round of applause, and thanks to Andy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We move on to item 15 now, election of independent examiners. The rules allow us to have up to two independent examiners. We have one nomination, which is Caroline Stockman, proposed by Fred Bone and seconded by Doug Davis, and there's a supporting statement given in Appendix B of the agenda. Are there any other nominations? There aren't. In that case, we don't need a vote, and I declare Caroline elected. Item 16 we have Michael Church. I've made a mistake, clearly. Michael.
Thank you, Simon. Just a small point, but it's one that's been consistent. Can you hear me, Simon?
Yes, we've got you. Sorry, Michael. Yes, we can all hear you.
It has been consistent in everything that's gone out in connection with the independent examiners, right from the note of today's meeting, and that it is referred to up to 2 independent examiners. The rules actually state examiners from the representative members, and it would therefore follow vacancy which the executive have the power to fill because of the situation we find. I dare say you've thought of this.
Yeah. Yes. So we have a vacancy which we could fill. Is that right?
Yeah.
Help me out. Okay. Yes. Thank you. We do. And Caroline Stockman. Caroline, independent examiner.
Hello?
Yeah, we've got you. We've got you.
Thanks very much. I'd just like to refer to my statement and just clarify the situation, because I have been told, which is why I put in my statement, up to 2 independent examiners. And I think, Michael, you're correct, because subsequently Kate Flavel queried that, and we had a discussion with Mary Bone, and it appears that I was misinformed. We had a discussion previously as to whether we should change the rules, but it didn't seem the appropriate time. Just like to flag the situation. What has been happening over the years is that one independent examiner has been reviewing the publications part only, and then the other independent examiner, myself now for the last 2 years, reviews everything, including the work of the person who's done publications, which is basically duplication. Then you receive a report that has both our signatures, which is somewhat misleading, because the other examiner has looked at nothing else except the publications. So I stated that in our independent examiner report, and you'll have seen some of the changes I've made over the last 2 years in order for us to comply with Charity Commission recommendations on independent examinations. And I am qualified also as with a diploma in charity accounting from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of England and Wales. My point was, and I think you're right, it says 2, but the point is it is quite onerous, and it is a governance issue to have 2 if they're not both examining everything, which in my opinion is overkill for this kind of organisation. But if you remain with 2, one doing publications and the other doing the rest, then basically I'm having to report on something that I haven't audited or independently examined myself, and I'm examining somebody else, and I find that difficult. So I wanted to flag that.
Okay, thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Caroline. Okay, we'll move on to the governance review. Under Standing Order G1, we're required to have a governance review by 2022, being the rules standing order specifically states it's 3 years from 2019. That may be something we consider, that previous point about number of independent examiners. We are actually planning to get this underway in advance of the deadline. It would be good to find somebody to do the governance review who's not connected with the organisation. You can think of anybody. But yes, that's just to say that we have to have a governance review, and we have to do it by 2022. Okay. In that case, we move on to, no questions on that, move on to item 17. Item 17 proposes changes to the council's, sorry, Michael Church, probably the last point. Michael, can we unmute Michael? Yes, got you, Michael.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you. I'm trying to be helpful and not and constructive on this independent examiner thing, which links in with the governance review. And I think it would be a good idea if, as part and parcel of that, you do look at the rules concerning independent examiners. As you know, Mr. President, I do have some history with the council in this regard, with regard to auditing that has gone back since from the 70s. I think that the reason why it states 2 is that it also states that these persons were to be council members. And at the time, it probably was felt in the old rules, which are being carried forward, that if you're going to have council members, perhaps sort of marking their own test papers, it would be as well to have 2, not 1. I'm not saying that I think that's correct. I am saying that I think it's something that should be tidied up, perhaps in the look at when you look at the governance review that you mentioned just now. Thank you, Simon.
Yes, okay. Am I right in thinking that the Charities Commission only requires 1 for charities of this size? I think that's the case. Yeah. Okay. No, we'll definitely put that on. Thank you, Michael. So we move on to item 17. So, proposes changes to the council's rules to enable smaller societies to become non-voting members. The administrative detail is covered in standing orders, which the executive will implement if the council approves the enabling rule changes. Now, the standing orders were published alongside the proposal, although the executive intend to adjust the wording of these to reflect the feedback we've had about safeguarding, which the proposer will explain. Now, some council members feel that we should get on with what they consider to be a relatively straightforward proposal to increase the representation of the council. I'm certainly happy with it, as is the executive. We didn't think it was particularly controversial, to be honest. However, there is also the view that any rule changes are best agreed in a meeting where we are all together in the same room, and some have suggested deferring it. So the proposer and seconder of the motion feel that it's a question of whether to defer this piece of business or not, a question which should be decided by council members, and have therefore asked that before we debate the Small Societies motion, we take a simple vote of the members here on whether or not to defer it. Okay, so that's a procedural motion. The procedural motion is that before the Small Societies proposal, that it's deferred. So we're going to put a vote up. And if you vote for this motion, this procedural motion, then the proposer and seconder have said that they're happy to withdraw their proposal and bring it back next year. If you vote against this procedural motion, then we'll move on to the Small Societies proposal as originally planned, which would involve a short presentation and then a discussion on it. But we're having, before that, we are going to have, and this is whereas a rule change motion is a 2/3 present and voting vote, this motion is just a straight majority of people here. So if you as members feel you want to defer this, we have a vote on it. Before we do that, Andrew Wilby has got his hand up.
President, it's quite right that you can move a procedural motion from the chair without a seconder, indeed. It's quite appropriate and quite right. But I do think there should be we should hear the arguments for and against before we do so. So I was rather wanting to get in before you press the vote button, because we just need to know that we need to hear the arguments, basically. Thank you.
So the argument for or against deferring it, or the arguments for or against the motion?
Well, the arguments for or against the motion. That's what we've got to vote on. We want to know why we should defer it or not.
Well, that would then just move on. That would just move on to the motion itself, wouldn't it?
Well, it would have been tidier if you'd got somebody to propose an amendment or another motion, so that you'd have got a proposer and seconder. But we should hear the case against dealing with it today.
Okay. The case against dealing with it today. Right. So the case against dealing with it today is that people feel that a rule change is something that should be debated by a debate that is easier to have. As simple as that. A number of people have said that. We didn't think it was for the executive just to do that, to withdraw a motion, but that the members might decide that they wanted to discuss it at a later date. Jane Wilkinson. Jane Wilkinson.
Wilkinson, Cumberland Youth. A procedural motion. This is a straight choice as to whether people think that we could have a proper debate over Zoom, or whether it would be better to have a live one. I think that it would be far, far better if we defer it. I'm not speaking for or against your procedural motion, if you see what I mean, because then people would be able to feel that everybody had had a proper go at it. And I do suggest that, looking at purely at the procedural motion, that the question be now put.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Peter Scott.
Peter Scott, the Yorkshire Association. The issue has been raised in the ringing well, and I think the point being made was that with the timetable for the consultation, at a time when ringers were not concentrating perhaps on the issues around the Central Council, it would be appropriate to give it more consideration. The debate would be valuable. It would be useful to hear the arguments, but that should be a way of considering it further. It was not the case that it was considered, again, looking at the correspondence in the ringing world, it was not the case that it was an easy motion to decide upon. There are issues around it. It is very easy when you propose something, and I know this from my work experience, to then bat away all of the what are fundamental issues being brought up and just plough on with the proposal. I submit, Mr. President, that has been happening. It would be valuable to have further consideration. I would be very pleased to explain to the council it was about 21 points I made in a paper, and I think that it would be valuable actually to consider that over an extended period rather than to try and come to a decision now. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Doug Davis. Okay, you're live.
Hear me now?
Yep, got you.
Cool. Just the deja vu is crazy with working on the council. Back when we were trying to implement CRAG proposals, people were saying defer. Can we just stop messing around? We're at an annual general meeting, whether that's virtual or in person. you know, let's just get on with it and decide on this motion that's been put forward and thought through very carefully.
Okay, thank you. James Ramsbottom.
Yes, right. It's been pointed out that someone said we need to have a discussion in person about it, but I don't see why we can't do that here on Zoom. As far as I'm aware, we all have the ability to talk and make points. We need to raise our hands electronically, but we would be doing that in a meeting in person. I don't see any reason why we cannot have a debate and a vote on the motion today.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think we're demonstrating that we are reasonably capable of holding this meeting. Robert Lewis.
Robert Lewis,
Yes.
Middlesex County Association and London Diocesan Guild. Can you hear me all right, Mr.
Yes,
President?
we've got you. Yeah.
Bearing in mind that earlier in the meeting you agreed that some of the CRAG measures have not been followed through, specifically looking at the size of the council and the number of representatives per existing association, would it not be better to review that before we consider adding any more people to the meeting? There are two strands. I mean, if we're going on to debate it, then you know there are basically two strands to this. There is the how it affects the democratic settlement, how it affects this meeting effectively, and there are all the other implications, which I think is a separate thing. But I think, you know, if a group is going to look at overall representation, then surely this should be taken as part of that deliberation rather than decided upon now today.
Yeah, we're just dealing with whether we decide upon it now. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Robert. Phil Barnes, then Lynn Hughes, and then we're going to have this vote. Phil, you're live.
Mr. President, Philip Barnes, Kent County Association. I'll declare a conflict of interest. I'm chairman of that association, which is relevant to the overall debate. I would like to second the proposal by Jane Wilkinson that this procedural motion now be put.
Okay. Okay.
We are drifting into a discussion of the substantive motion.
Yeah. Okay. We will now put the procedural motion therefore. Colin, could you put it up? And I'll just remind people exactly what it says so no one gets this the wrong way round. So if you vote for this, then the motion will be deferred to future year, next year, if you vote for. If you vote against, then we'll move on to the item 17 you were expecting, which is to debate or to discuss and debate the small societies proposal. So for, we'll defer it. Against, we'll debate it.
And can we remind it that only representative members may vote?
And I'll give this a little bit extra time. We won't hold you to 15 seconds here. Colin, can you let me know when it looks as though members have voted?
The vast majority of members have voted.
Okay, in that case, if you give it 5 more seconds. Can we have the result of the vote then, please? So we voted, we voted against deferring it, which means we'll debate it.
Do we want to announce the numbers, Mr. President?
Yes, announce the numbers.
Okay, so the votes for deferring the motion was 42, the votes against 93, and the abstentions were 4.
Okay, thank you very much. In that case, we move on to the motion itself, and I'm going to hand to Clyde Whitaker to introduce the motion.
Thank you, Simon, and I assume everyone can hear me okay and can see what's on the screen. I'm conscious of time. I think time will be our main enemy rather than the technology this morning, so I'm going to be as quick as I can with a short presentation that we're prepared. But having said that, quite a lot of material has been on the website for quite a few weeks now, in particular a briefing note, which I hope that council members found helpful. When Simon asked me to look after the Small Societies scheme, I was very happy to, because it is a step on the council's journey to making itself more inclusive and representative of ringers. In one sentence, it creates a form of associate membership for small societies, and in doing so, it fills a small piece of the jigsaw which has been missing for many years, in fact since 1890, in what Jane might call antediluvian times. The council's first constitution pledged it to represent the united interests of all bell-ringing societies. And whilst its connections with the larger guilds have always been strong, less interest has been devoted to its connection with some of the smaller societies, particularly university societies, and a number of societies which in the past have been affiliated members of the council, but have dropped out and lost their connection with the council as a result of diminishing numbers. So what this proposal does is simply to close the gap. And very quickly, I just propose to cover in a couple of minutes what's in the proposal, and then just look at some of the criteria, some of the tests we should be asking ourselves, questions we should be asking about this, just to kick the tires and make certain that it will do what it says on the tin. And then finally, if you choose to approve the motion, Simon and I will just summarise the next steps. So what's involved? I mean, the key thing really is that it sits alongside the existing structure of affiliation. So what you see in that green arrow on the right of that diagram on the screen is entirely undisturbed by introducing small societies as associate members of the council. So the existing rules on how you become an affiliated society, the voting rights, the council's accountability to its existing affiliated societies is all unchanged. What we're introducing on the left-hand side is simply a mechanism for smaller societies. Some of those societies that have dropped out of council in past years, like the Guild Railway Workers or the Manchester University Society, will be able to register as small societies. They'll be able to keep their place on the register until they get to 100 members, and between 75 and 100 members, they have a choice. If they feel that they're not going to grow very much more, they can simply stay as small societies. On the other hand, if they feel they are going to grow further and they'd like to become an affiliated society, they can apply to affiliate, and that application will be handled in exactly the same way as at present. So there is no foregone conclusion that by becoming a registered small society, it automatically leads to affiliation. The process of affiliation is entirely unchanged. The wording for this and the provisions are divided in between the rules and the standing orders. The rules cover the definitions, governing principles, the voting rights. They must be agreed by council members at council meetings. But what we have is exactly as we agreed at the Lancaster meeting, qualified delegation to the executive on the detail. So the detailed admission criteria for small societies, there are not very many of them, but those details and the admission process are held in the standing orders, which can be amended by the executive, but with oversight by council members. So those tests I mentioned a bit earlier on, does the scheme achieve its stated objectives? Has there been sufficient consultation given the size of the enhancement that's being proposed? Are the controls over admission sufficient? Have the interests of affiliated societies been protected? Is the scheme compatible with reform and the other CRAG objectives that Simon mentioned a bit earlier? Is it resilient? Is it future-proof? And have the alternatives been considered? In terms of the council's objectives, I think the answer there is yes. It will make the council more inclusive. It certainly won't make it less inclusive. It will strengthen the engagement between some of the small societies and the council and existing territorial guilds. And by widening the council's base, and this is something that Mark Regan alluded to when we were talking about our stakeholder relationships, it will strengthen the council's negotiating position with the church and other national bodies. Has there been sufficient consultation? Well, we ran an informal consultation. Simon and I and other executive members talked to a number of council members from the early part of the year. We ran a structured consultation process in July. I'd like to thank all of the 20 people who responded to that. No response was ignored. And that process delivered a number of quite significant recommendations, which have now been incorporated into the wording. The three clear recommendations were, firstly, to make the admissions criteria as clear and objective as possible. That's been done. Secondly, to ensure that affiliated societies were consulted on applications. That's been included. And the need, which a number of people responding to consultation thought, of providing for a simple power to remove a society from the register in extremis, in much the same way that all membership organisations have a similar power. That's been built in as well. So on the basis of that consultation, I don't really think that if this proposal was represented in 2021 or 2022, it would differ significantly from what is now on offer. Are the controls over admission sufficient? Well, there are three locks to the door to become a registered small society and retain your position on the register. Firstly, there are clear admission criteria, and the important point here is the executive has to review each application in connection with those criteria. So it is not a question of just tapping Simon Linford on the shoulder and your application to register is immediately approved. The executive is duty bound to consider the criteria, and they're quite simple things. The society must be properly constituted, it must have officers, must have safeguarding arrangements, and there is a duty to cooperate with other societies. Secondly, that second lock on the door, scrutiny. All applications have to, or notice have to be given to council members of all applications. There's a 2-month notice period, a call-in procedure similar to the one for standing orders. Only 10 council members need to take the view that an application from a small society needs to be considered at a full council meeting, and it will be called in for determination by council members in exactly the same way as an application to affiliate is. And then finally, the power I mentioned to remove a registration, that is subject to a number of checks and controls. So it can be applied by the executive, but only if ratified by council members, and likewise council members themselves have the power to remove a registration. Have the interests of the larger and territorial guilds been respected? Well, the key thing here is that small societies will have influence, but no control, because they cannot vote. They can send a member to council meetings, they can take part in debates, they can put forward motions, they can feel very much part of the council's family. But when it comes to control, that remains exactly where it has been in the past. The council's accountability is strictly to the representatives of the affiliated societies who vote at council meetings, and that's exactly as it is at the moment. And as I said, the fact that there are clear admission criteria is important in protecting the interests of the territorial guilds. Is the scheme compatible with CRAG objectives? Well, yes, it complements the aim of individual membership if we had the larger guilds and individuals as members of the council, but a gap in the case of small societies, that would lead a gap, and that's what this proposal is intended to plug. And council meetings becoming shorter. Well, council meetings are in fact already becoming shorter and more effective. They are down from 8 hours in 2005 to 3.5 hours last year. 1/3 fewer representatives in 2019 compared with 2009, the lowest number since 1965. So the trend is already down. But the further work that Simon alluded to in terms of removing the need for multiple members to attend on behalf of the larger guilds in order to preserve their voting strength, if that reform is implemented in the next year or two, that will drive down numbers still further. So I think overall there is room for 20 or 30 additional people attending from small societies, assuming that they all turned up. And the council already has procedures for voting and non-voting attendees. We already have council members who are non-voting. It's only council members who represent affiliated societies who can vote. And that really mirrors the position taken by ART, whose associate members can attend ART's annual general meetings, but only full members of ART can vote. Is it resilient? It meets Charity Commission guidelines. The Charity Commission guidance document there is CC36. It's important to remember that registration remains a choice. I mean, it's up to a society whether it can chooses to register or not. There's no obligation on it to do so. If it chooses not to do so, well, that's fine. So there is a bit of market forces at play here, and it's up to the council to develop an attractive offer for small societies to encourage them to register. The admissions criteria are clear, they are transparent, there's the ultimate sanction of removal. And as I said, council members have effective oversight over the entire process from admission and throughout a society's registration. Is it future-proof? Well, it's clearly expressed. It's maintainable. As I said, the detail is held in the standing orders, so they can be adjusted by the executive if necessary. And it's incremental. It sits alongside the existing structure of affiliation and the new structure of individual membership where that's introduced. Have the alternatives been considered? Well, the status quo would not make the council more inclusive or representative. We could allow any society to affiliate, but that's more complex technically. And it would allow small societies to affiliate and then gain votes without very much scrutiny. One of the advantages of the proposed approach is that it separates out small societies into an associate status, and it doesn't touch or interfere with the existing structure of affiliation. So all in all, I think the answers to those 8 questions are probably yes in each case, that it is the work has been done quite thoroughly. The consultation was very helpful. And I think we have a proposal here on offer, which is quite safe and well set up. So the next steps, if you choose to approve the motion approves the enabling rule changes. It approves the annual subscription for small societies of £20, which is half the current one for affiliate societies. And it notes the executive's intention to amend the admissions criteria, which are held in the standing orders, slightly from the ones that have been published before implementation. And the purpose of this really is to address a concern that has arisen since the consultation period, that in referring to a requirement for a small society to have a safeguarding policy, that might appear rather bureaucratic and might also give the impression that the council is moving across to becoming a kind of a putative governing body for ringing and not a central body for ringing, which it currently is. So the executive's intention is to amend that wording before it is introduced so that it refers simply to the requirement that a small society has safeguarding arrangements, which is really what matters, safeguarding arrangements that reflect local best practice. And that takes account of the fact that the arrangements in Singapore or in Zimbabwe or in other parts of the world will differ significantly to the arrangements the Church of England has. And secondly, and this is a suggestion that came from the Chester Guild, I'm very grateful to Carol Hallam and her colleagues for that, is that we review and report on the success of the scheme in 2 years' time as part of that year's governance review. And the executive will at that time recommend to council any changes that they believe are necessary. So that is what's on offer today. I'll just hand over to Linda Garton, who will say a few words and then return to Simon.
Linda, please.
Right. Hello. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yep.
Brilliant. Okay. So as you may well be aware, I was really initially very much against this motion, to the extent that I even wrote to the Ringing World as well as to Clyde to express my concerns. But since then, since my very good friend Robert Lewis so eloquently put it, I've undergone a Damascene conversion, and here I am today, very happy to support and second this motion. So I just thought I'd just say briefly why I changed my mind and why I'm asking people today to support this motion. I originally argued there'd be no opportunity for proper debate, given the virtual nature of today's meeting, and initially thought that it should be deferred. However, as Clyde has already said, there has been a very good consultation process. We've had the opportunity to read the comprehensive briefing document with lots of questions and answers. And the fact that we've just voted to proceed with the matter suggests that council members are content that we can have a proper informed discussion and that we do need to just get on with these things and not defer. I was concerned initially that allowing smaller societies to register would be detrimental to the work of established territorial guilds and associations. I had visions of individual towers declaring UDI from their local association. And I should add, in my letter to the Ringing World, I said, well, maybe Campton, Bedfordshire, we might become a smaller society. That was actually tongue-in-cheek. But we do now, since the consultation, as a result of the consultation, have very clear admissions criteria which will protect the interests of the territorial associations. And not only this, I can see positive benefits as well. Any territorial association, as Clyde has already said, whose numbers may be declining, at risk of falling below the required 75 or 25 in the case of overseas associations, and who knows how many of these we're going to have post-COVID, they could register as a smaller society and retain the benefits of their connections with the council. And that's got to be a good thing. There are also territorial associations which are currently not large enough to affiliate. In particular, and this has already been mentioned, some of you will know I was very much involved in Singapore right at the beginning, helping with the teaching there, as with other members who are probably listening now. And it would be a huge benefit to them to be able to affiliate as a small society with the council, register as a small society. It would benefit them, and it would benefit the council to be able to hear their perspectives on bell ringing in that sort of isolated situation. And this motion is a really straightforward way of enabling that to happen without fundamental changes to the council to voting rights, as Clyde has already outlined. Initially, I couldn't see how this motion fitted with the council's objects and its strategic plan. But again, after further conversations and so on, I can now see this very clearly. For example, helping to promote youth and university societies, strategic objective 1, which we've already talked about. There's a number of smaller societies, university societies, youth groups, not directly represented. They're very much the future of ringing, and it would be really good if we could encourage a way to enable those younger voices, and much though I'd like to think I was younger, sadly I'm not, their voices need to be heard at council meetings, even if they don't have a vote. For them to be there and encouraged to participate can only be a good thing. The motion would encourage stronger governance frameworks in smaller societies, which ties in with strategic objective 3, pursuit of excellence. And as Clyde, I think, mentioned a few minutes ago, strengthening our relationship with the church by giving us a wider, more representative base. One important factor that did help convince me that the proposal should be supported is that what I hadn't realised was that the Church of England wouldn't engage with the council if there was an issue with a society that wasn't affiliated. And I think we are a representative body, a central, even if we're not a governing body, which we are definitely not, to outside agencies, we are the central representative body. And as such, we do need to be able to represent all bell ringing societies, regardless of their size. I know that some members are nervous that this motion would mean a fundamental change to the council. As Clyde has already explained, a lot of due diligence has gone into the motion to ensure that it doesn't. Voting rights are unchanged, and the very latest thing that you can actually see up on your screens, I think at the moment, regarding the change of wording to the clause, the standing orders, is much less bureaucratic. And surely we do actually expect all of our associations to have some sort of safeguarding arrangements in place. I also don't think that it frustrates the CRAG proposal to reduce the size of the Council of Representatives, as Robert raised earlier. It can all be done, or the smaller societies is making it more representative, but not actually increasing the representation by we're not expecting hundreds here, a small handful. So to conclude, I think this motion will benefit the council by making it more inclusive and representative. It will, of course, benefit the smaller societies who wish to join by facilitating communication and cohesion, and by supporting and helping them to achieve their ringing objectives, and therefore can only be of benefit to ringing in general. And I very much ask you to support this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to you too. I'm going to take this in two ways. First of all, to ask, I do have two hands up, and I'll come to those first. Then I'll just take questions clarifying any of the detail. First of all, so just things that are not clear. Then comments, general comments about whether this is a good idea or not. And then once that has not got any new ideas, we vote on it. The two hands that we have up and have been up for some time are Jane Wilkinson and then Fred Bone.
At this stage, it
Got
was
you,
up
yeah.
for something. Sorry,
Yeah.
my hand wasn't up for this at this stage. It was up for something earlier, which I'm afraid got missed out.
Oh, I'm
I'll
sorry.
go back to being muted for the moment, but I please wish to contribute, I think, at a later
Yep.
stage.
All right, sorry about that. Thank you very much. Fred Bone.
Thank
Can't hear you, Fred.
Fred, we haven't got you unmuted yet.
Thank you. Fred Bone, Essex Association. I did have some points that I wanted to make about the substantive motion, but I see we appear to have a proposal for an amendment which doesn't seem to have been seconded yet and obviously needs discussion before we can return to the substantive motion. So perhaps I can come in later when you've dealt with that.
Seconded, we haven't had a seconder for which?
The amendment. You've got a proposal to amend the motion, which needs to be dealt with before we can return to the substantive motion.
Okay, can we have a seconder?
Seconded.
It has been seconded.
Has it? Who by?
By Linda.
Well, it was proposed by Linda, was my understanding.
Clyde, do you want to second it?
Yes, absolutely. It doesn't really matter which way round, but yes, it's put forward by both of us.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we need to vote on the amendment before we can return to the discussion, don't we?
Just to clarify, we would simply ask you to vote on the amended motion, which is will be amended as set out on your screen.
Yeah.
We need to vote on the amendment in order that we know what motion we are voting on, discussing.
This is the motion that's being put.
We have a motion on the agenda paper, and we now have an amendment to the motion.
I think if you don't mind me saying, what's happened here, I think is just a bit of misunderstanding in terms of how the rules currently work. In the council's sort of former existence, you would have an amendment to a motion and then perhaps an amendment to an amendment and so on. Under the new rules, the proposer of a motion and the seconder are able to amend their own motion during the course of a debate in response to the feedback they get during debate, and then that amended motion is simply put to council members as a single decision.
Are they? Where do you find that written?
That's in the standing orders.
Where?
I'm going to have to come back to you on that in a moment or two, Fred, and just look it up. But it is there.
If you could look it up, please, and we'll take Michael Church's comment. Michael.
Michael, you should be able to unmute.
Fine, thank you. Is Simon, is Colin the moderator for the Ringing World AGM, which is due to start in about 4 minutes' time? And how do those of us who want to continue listening to this? Now, you know what I'm going to say.
Yeah, I have been trying to have a discussion with the Ringing World AGM in the background and delay that till 15 minutes after we've finished.
Thank you. Thank you, Simon.
Thank you. So Jane Wilkinson.
Be unmuted at this point, Mr. Chairman.
We've got you. Got you.
Am I making a noise now?
Yes, yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Surely the sensible thing, whatever the standing orders may say, we have got a situation here where something has been amended after people have already discussed it and thought about it. Surely the most sensible thing under the circumstances is to vote on the amendment and see where you go. It shouldn't take more than a minute or two.
No, if we can put, I'm happy to do that. If we can put a vote on the amendment together quickly.
I'll need a few minutes.
It's not an instant thing to do, but we can do that. Standing Order 3.1 apparently. Are there any other? Well, let's take any other clarifications while Clyde looks up his standing order, which is 3.1, and Colin puts together a poll so we can just vote on this amendment.
Yes, just to confirm, I think Linda and I will be happy to consider this any way that people feel is appropriate. But under Standing Order 3.1, it simply says that for each motion submitted to a council meeting, its proposer or their delegate may at their discretion address the meeting, respond to questions, amend their motion or withdraw it entirely. And our suggestion of withdrawing the motion would obviously have taken place had the procedural vote that we have just had decided that council members felt it was appropriate to defer the decision until next year.
Just right, I'm very happy with that. Whatever.
Jane Wilkinson to come back in. Well, if Colin's working on this vote anyway.
Seconds. Jane should now be able to unmute.
Sorry, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Wilkinson, Cumberland Youths. I'm sorry to be an awful pedant, but as a past president, you would expect that.
Yep.
But we've got a standing order that says that the proposer and seconder can amend the motion as they go along. That's perfectly all right, but surely it should be put to the vote. The amendment, that is.
We are going to put this amendment to the vote.
Well done. Take a house point.
Yes, we just have to set it up behind the scenes, which Colin Newman is doing at the moment. Should have it shortly. It has to be created and typed and whatever. If anyone else has any comments while we wait for that, I can take them.
Could I just apologise to council members, because I think when I had to look up the standing orders, I may have shared all sorts of other things on my screen. I hope what you saw was not incriminating, and the screen should have kept to the amendment screen that you can see at the moment.
Apologies for the delay. I am getting there.
Ringing World AGM's trying to start.
I'm afraid the Ringing World AGM will not be able to start until this meeting is finished, because we can't run two Zoom conferences simultaneously.
Comment from Andrew Wilby.
Andrew should now be able to speak if he unmutes.
Mr. President, you are aware that under the Companies Act there are difficulties with AGMs not starting on time.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not quite sure what to do about that. If anyone can help and suggest
I said,
what
well,
we do
you
about
could,
it between us.
you could, Mr. President, possibly you might adjourn this meeting and we'll have to come back after the Ringing World AGM.
We could do, yes, we could do that, couldn't we?
That would be the sensible thing to do.
Yes, I think that's absolutely right, because yes, I've had a few comments that the Ringing World AGM has to start, and it is a separate Zoom conference, and we have the same organizer.
Yeah. To all those on this call, it won't start on time because I need at least 10 minutes to set it up from a Zoom point of view.
Okay.
Can I add, which is perhaps a slightly lighter note, Mr. Chairman, that
Yeah.
Clyde may like to reflect on the last time he had to apologise to a meeting, which was the final admin committee meeting. He may be amused, I'm amused, and he'll probably tell you about it afterwards. Thank you.
Mary, could you help me out and just say what we need to do to postpone the meeting?
I think we have to state where and when and how and why it's going to be adjourned to.
Crikey. It's going to be adjourned to the same Zoom invitation.
Right. Sorry, it's any council meeting may be adjourned to a later sitting if a motion for adjournment is agreed. Sorry, Colin. Is agreed by no less than 2/3 of those representative members present and voting.
We're not going to be able to set up that motion, and we have to start the Ringing World AGM.
Could we just have a very extended lunch break on an ad hoc basis? Sorry, I mean, I'm sure that some people will not be in favour of this as a rather way of avoiding the precise provisions.
Jane, you've got a thought on that?
Mr. Chairman, can you make a chairman's ruling that we are
Yeah.
going to adjourn this meeting
I'm going to do that
after
now.
the Ringing World meeting?
Thank you for that suggestion. I'm going to rule. It is important. We have to have the Ringing World AGM. It's mostly the same people. We'll adjourn this until 10 minutes after the Ringing World AGM. You can come back. You can come back in. I think you'll have to log out, won't you, Colin, and go into the Ringing World AGM's Zoom link.
Yeah, so people will need to follow the link that was sent from their registration for the Ringing World AGM. I will need to talk to the executive before we restart this meeting, as there may be technical difficulties with the recording of it if we restart it.
I'm sorry we've had to do this, but we need to debate this properly. Yep. In that case, we will log out and we'll join the Ringing World AGM.